Okay,
We're just making sure the doors are open.
okay. Okay, are we ready?
We are live.
Okay.
We're getting the doors open, yes. But we are live.
Okay, we are live. Okay, all right. So, Councillor Stevenson, would you like to move the motion, please?
Yes, I'll move receipt of information on the July 3rd, 2024 Office of the City Manager Verbal Report OCM 02545, and that the aforementioned report remain in private pursuant to sections 21, 24, 25, and 27 of the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Knack, okay. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And we are back on to our item 7.3. And I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Curtin, or Councillor Jans.
Taken.
Yeah, Councillor Jans, yeah.
Okay, so we're back on, are we still in questions of administration? Yeah, it's Councillor Stevenson. You have 5 minutes.
I'll yield my time right now, actually. I don't have too many further questions at this moment. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Wright.
Thanks for punting it to me. Okay. Okay, so, I have to wrap my head around this now again. So when we're looking at substantial completion, are we also looking at the, like what's under provincial responsibility, the hospitals, the schools, like that we're making sure that we have all those in place to provide the services to Edmontonians?
So just a clarifying question, Councillor. Are you referring to the motion that is on the table of examining at the financial aspects and new models and tools, or more of the required and tracked metrics as shown in the report?
The required, using those as metrics, that we do have those available.
So they are shown as, in the report, they're not shown up as part of the tracked metric or the required metrics, but schools do show up as part of the tracked metrics. Hospitals are not part of that requirement or tracking, but admittedly very important to a community.
Because I mean, the last time the hospital was built was in '88, 35 years ago, and at that time I think population was around 800,000. Now we're up over 1 million. And there was, I think, population studies done to determine that one was needed in the Southwest. And that's what some of the speakers were talking about too, that population would determine that. So I guess, does population warrant having another hospital?
So this work does not contemplate hospitals and the thresholds and the population requirements to support a hospital. because that is under provincial jurisdiction and we don't have much influence over the timing or ability to make that happen. That is not part of this work.
Okay, and the schools are being considered as part of the metrics, is that correct?
The schools are being considered because we do have a municipal role in making sure that the municipal reserve, the land is in place, the servicing to the site is in place. But then obviously the province has the funding decision for the actual school development. But yes, they are part of the tract because we do have a role in that.
Okay. And then I'm just wondering, what is that? I think it's attachment 2 or something, attachment 3. Talked about like the percentage of active parks complete. Currently in the Millwoods Meadows district, we were at 49%. So I know that we've got another report coming to us or a memo or something coming at the end of the year. Will we ensure that we meet the 62% target on developing areas before we continue with future growth areas? Like, will that be a metric that we've completed that?
I'll maybe turn this to Director Hassan, who's on part of the delegation and virtually.
Sure, Councillor Wright. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, that would be part of what we would do because the active parks is part of the required metrics. We would ensure that achieves the 62% threshold. Now, because we've taken a developing area approach, we will still be tracking by district, but the requirement for parks needs to be met in the developing area wide, which is currently 48%. So there's still some ways to go on that.
Okay, so even though this motion is talking about allowing the pre-planning to go ahead, we won't go beyond the pre-planning until we've met these metrics of 62% in developing areas.
That's what we're suggesting
Okay.
through
Okay.
the standard. Yes.
I think that's all I had then for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'll go to Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that the commercial and industrial growth is not tied to the population, right? It's south of 41st Avenue.
So in the substantial completion report, it does not direct non-residential, industrial, commercial growth. So it does not apply what we're talking about, these requirements. Within the city plan, they're not linked to population growth, but there is some discussion within city plan around sequencing of anticipated stages, but they're not directly tied to population.
Okay. And your understanding of my proposed motion, I just want to confirm that if there are applications to advance industrial in that area, that would not be tied up. This motion does not restrict anybody's ability to bring forward development proposals for industrial.
That is correct, and the motion should actually help those that perhaps might be bringing something forward because it is looking at some of the servicing opportunities and constraints in the future growth area. But no, this work and the motion on the floor does not restrict anybody from bringing those proposals forward.
Okay, great. Because that's not my intent is that if there are applications, they should be considered. But it talks about kind of the balance of how much land can be reallocated for industrial and residential. That's the part one, right? Okay, got it. That's just needed that clarity. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. So we're running out of time. So I have an amendment to put on the board that I've shared with the clerk. But I also have a question, follow up on Mayor Sohi's questions. So I'm offering this amendment as follows, that Part 3 be added, and that reads that administration revise all future growth area thresholds to adopt a sector consideration in place of the current citywide requirement. And I'll
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so how would you like to proceed? Do you want to still ask questions of the mayor's made motion, or you
I'll
just want to
just
deal with the
introduce-
amendment now?
I'll introduce this.
Okay.
We'll see where we get to. So very briefly, just building on Councillor Wright's questions, effectively, all of the other developing areas are going to have to be to 62% before we would consider an ASP, NSP in south of 41st Avenue. That means, for instance, the development we were talking about a couple of days ago would have to be 62% complete way up in the northeast before we get to this. That's the way I understand it. So I think that we should be applying these metrics on a sector basis. I don't think anybody can argue that there's more demand in the south, and so provided we are doing things, in a progressive, constructive way, not leapfrog construction, that we should be allowing development to proceed there when those neighborhoods get to 62% growth without having to wait for other parts of the city. And I think there's a market competitiveness to this. I think there's a market demand piece to this. So I'd like to see these sectors disaggregated and to take either by a quadrant approach or some other sector approach, but not an overall city approach. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carmel, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Can we clear the queue and then just go straight on? Are there any questions of the amendment? I'll look to the board. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just to the mover, so I'm crystal clear here. When you say sector consideration, I mean you're suggesting sort of geographic.
Yes,
Okay.
geographic sectors, yes. Sorry, not market sectors, geographic sectors.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so maybe to administration. I mean, my understanding of the underlying assumptions in the city plan is that they are, of course, based on that citywide approach and that citywide balance. I guess what would this do to the underlying financials embedded in the city plan?
So, Councillor, maybe just a quick correction or insight. The thresholds do not apply. Each district does not need to meet that 62% threshold. It's the citywide.
Yep.
So there'll be some that'll be way under, 30% perhaps, and some that'll be at 80%, 70%. So it is a citywide metric. We haven't modeled a different approach to this, but it would be the instinct or the assumption would be that if we departed from the sequencing within the city plan, our modeling showing the benefit of a growth pattern to when we reach 2 million would be different. And the modeling and sequencing in city plan shows an 8% benefit for ratepayers. And if we were to open up areas earlier than anticipated in city plan, that would look different financially once we reach 2 million.
I might have to, well, let me see if my throat will allow me to continue. And maybe to the mover then, so is that, hearing that correction around the 62% citywide versus individual neighborhoods, does that change your understanding?
That is not what I understand to be the interpretation of that report. That report said that if we adopt the city plan generally, that if we fill out in a methodical way generally, that we would not have to further annex further land around the city to meet the growth demands. And that is where the 8% is saved, is that over the time between now and 2 million people, we annex less land, and that's where we save money. It does not say that only by following this one linear process, which was not the discussion when we actually passed city plan. This whole idea that the city plan held sacrosanct south of 41st Avenue before the rest of the city developed, that was not what we talked about. So that is a misinterpretation of that 8% savings. The savings will be realized regardless of the sequence of build-out.
And then maybe I just turn that back to administration. I mean, there seems to be a bit of a discrepancy in understanding here. My understanding is as you have described. Do you have any further clarification that you can provide?
So, yeah, perhaps. Referencing City Plan Map 10D. So this is one of the maps that shows the sequencing, what development looks like at a 2 million population. And that's where the modeling comes from that gives us that 8%. So if we don't have a land use distribution pattern that is similar to that that is shown in 10D, we will have a different financial result at 2 million. And so this is the final gate in terms of opening up the future growth area. There are no more gates, so the land use pattern could shift very dramatically from what was anticipated at that, is shown in that map 10D.
Councillor Salvador, I would just add that when I read the financial assessment for city plan that talks about the 8% efficiency that Kent was referencing, it's my understanding that through the presentation of that body of work is where the consultant had articulated the difference between, not annexing more land. So trying to look back and gather more intel on that in terms of when the consultant presented on that.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll leave it to my colleagues for other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Again, just wanted to clarify, I think a misunderstanding that I heard in the introduction was that the north end doesn't have to be at that 62% threshold. It is a global amount for the full developing area, which is currently at 49%.
That is correct.
And you're anticipating that it would meet that 62% in the next 5 years.
Correct.
Okay, so maybe just to the mover, is there clarity there?
I think this is fun with numbers, because the Southwest is far beyond 62%, and the demand is there. And so any delay function that says that the Southwest needs to wait until more happens in what the other remaining spaces, which are generally on the north side, is not, it simply does not address the demand patterns that we see in the city. There's high demand right now.
I'll just, thank you. I think that the report also speaks about the anticipated development in the southeast. The southeast is not full. I believe it is at, southwest is at 60% right now. Commercial services is 90, active parts is 56. And so there's an expectation, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking, or not finding it, but there are some numbers in terms of the expected absorption in the southwest, which is going to help get the overall developing area to 62, correct? I think it was about a third at least, or 2/3.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so again, that growth in that area will continue, and it helps to meet the overall 62. And maybe just in terms of, to phrase it as a question, our civic budget is not broken down by sector or by district, correct?
Correct.
We have one tax base, and costs exist, they aren't geographically bound.
Correct.
Okay. Also, just again, further clarity in city plan as well. Again, at the 1.5 million mark, it's showing growth only in the top northeast portion of the future growth area for residential. And one thing I'm a bit confused by, in the, sorry, I'll get the full, but in one of the technical studies, that is the Population, Employment, Distribution, and Development Density Summary, it seems to show that we can accommodate 1 million people. So this is table 1 of that document. We can accommodate 1 million people in the developing and redeveloping area, and the future growth area adds an additional 60,000. So we get to 1,060,000. And I guess I am confused in the sense that I think the target is always, how do we accommodate another 1 million? And we seem to be able to do that within the redeveloping and developing area. I don't know if that fully ties to this conversation, but again, just kind of wondering, any thoughts or insights on that?
Sure. So maybe frustratingly, but this work is tied very deliberately to city plan, and city plan talks about growing into the future growth area. So it was not a discussion about should we grow into the future growth area. That was assumed because city plan comments on that. The sequencing, although there may be land, We do need to see a market transition. We do need to see infrastructure built up that supports a more urbanized population, and that will take some time. And we've seen the percentage of development happen in the developing area has increased over the years, and we're tracking approximately where the city plan thought we would. But dramatically shifting or forcing that transition will be very difficult to bring market and infrastructure along.
Yeah, and I mean, I think those are all my questions. That really helps. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Mayor Sohi, will you take the chair? Because it's Tim's amendment. Yeah, it's Councillor Cartmell's amendment, so we're debating. Even though, okay, Councillor Hamilton, would you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. So just, I want to understand this better. So what the mover is essentially doing here is trying to change the motion so that growth could happen faster in the sectors that are more full, which in this case is the Southwest. Is that correct?
Yes.
So effectively, and if I'm, with a fun with numbers comment earlier, you're suggesting the Southwest sector is already full?
Yes, the repeated information or feedback that I've received is that we are far more full in the Southwest than the numbers presented in the report.
So in your mind, when would construction start in the future growth area?
Well, planning needs to start first, and then, so construction within the next 5 years.
So you would
5
want
to 7
planning
years.
to start immediately, effectively, in the Southwest area?
Yep.
And for the future growth area?
For the future growth area. And, there was a comment made earlier that these restrictions speak to residential and not to non-residential, but it's one service package. It's one servicing. There's not separate utilities for residential and non-residential. You need to do the planning study regardless of what development you need. And if that study is in any way delayed, deliberately or passively because of this moratorium on residential development, that will slow non-residential development, whether we say it will or not. We need the study.
Is it a moratorium on residential development?
Well, if we're saying there's no residential development until certain thresholds are met, then yes, it's a moratorium.
Tomato. May I ask administration, are we worried about, there's a finite amount of construction capacity in the city, and if we continue to, prior to building out in a methodical way as proposed with the growth management, if we continue to allow certain areas to rush south or rush another direction, are we worried a home being built in this area is not a home being built in that area?
So just so I'm clear, Councillor Jans, so a home built in the future growth area could have been a home built in the developing area?
Or a redeveloping area, or somewhere else entirely?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. So the homes, a home built, assuming we're only going to grow at a certain rate, regardless of where we grow, and perhaps there might be some nuance there. But if our population growth is going to happen somewhere, it's going to happen to a certain extent. If there are certain opportunities in terms of land, then the homes will go where the land and the opportunities are. So I guess very simply, yes, if there's a finite level of our growth, location and geography matters.
Yeah, because if the development community or whoever knows that we're going to expand into the future growth area in perpetuity immediately, that lowers the incentive to build on, say, Shaughnessy or Horse Hills or something else. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that could be, that could be correct in that investors and developers and builders like certainty. They like a long view of where the city is going and providing clear direction that transition is happening, and the opportunities we see in the future are more in the developing and redeveloping area. That would probably be helpful for industry.
Because they want the most profitable development possible, right?
I would assume so.
So if we are saying to them, you can build wherever you want, then they will go to the place that is the most profitable for them, in this case.
That's a very broad statement. There may be developers and builders that have different principles or rationale for why they do the business they do. But in general, yes, they are in a profit-making organization, and that is their motive.
So part of our goal here as the regulator is the reason you chose a citywide and not a sector is because you're trying to say we got to fill in all of the areas for servicing. Is that the rationale?
Yes, it is trying to really address financial challenges we have when we spread our resources, which are finite, too thinly, based on we've already have a number of financial commitments to developing areas that have statutory plans in place. And so, yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
But I would say, Councillor Jans, if a homeowner or someone is looking to live in the southwest part of Edmonton, if that's not available, it's not clear that they would necessarily choose a home on the northeast part of Edmonton. So just mindful that there is a market choice here of where people want to live.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
That's your time.
Thanks.
Yeah, the chair's returned.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Can you elaborate more on what your intent is to the mover around the sector considerations and what you would hope to see come out of this work?
Yes. So I'm going to go back to the conversations that I and others participated in when we had talked about the city plan over many committee meetings and over time, but it was ultimately adopted. And the thread of conversation was we do not want to see leapfrog construction to the best of our ability. Nowhere did we ever talk about, and we did not want to see development into this part of the county before we had filled up the upper parts. And frankly, it was always a conversation about residential development moving south from the limits of the city. Yeah. There wasn't a lot of conversation, if any, about non-residential development moving north from the airport. That is something that has come through in the last few years. That's a new thing. It's a new consideration. So there was always a bit of a do this, then do that. But it wasn't do this and fill in this, frankly, somewhat arbitrary circle within the metro region before you start developing outside of one corner of that circle in the city of Edmonton. There was always a metric.
So I get that. I'm just
right.
mindful of my time. I'm just trying to understand what would be an example of a sector consideration that you would want to see adopted.
Well, so
that's what I'm asking specifically.
When we reach 62% development or 62% capacity, or whatever that word is, which frankly we've already reached when you hear from the people that are actually building the buildings,
okay.
That we're not waiting to continue to progress development farther south where the demand is for the rest of the city to reach a 62% threshold.
Okay.
Which are in areas that are in far less demand.
So what I'm confused about is based on, like, I don't understand what this amendment does, because part 1 and 2 talk about go forth and do the pre-planning work. So the terms of reference, the IIMP, and the service study are all things administration said they are moving forward with. And then the second part of the motion says that don't adopt the standards until you come back with a further report. So we're not actually adopting those standards that you're concerned about.
Well,
if we approve them, so I'm not understanding what this amendment does to the previous motion.
well, right now, everything is sacrosanct down there. Nothing is happening until this work is done.
But like the first part, like you said, we need the planning, we need to know, and
Yeah.
I agree, I worry about not, but we have the
Well-
pre-planning happening. Like, we are directing administration to do that pre-plan, those 3 pieces of pre-planning work.
Well, it was my intent to offer a second amendment for part 1 and part 2 to have different due dates so that we
So there's
accelerate.
another part of the
Well, I
amendment.
would, but I'm running out of time because this meeting's been going like this. This is the third time
Yeah.
we've come to this thing over 2 days, right?
Yeah.
So it's very disjointed, and
I know.
I won't be able to participate in the
And to be
afternoon.
fair, like, this wasn't shared with council colleagues in advance.
Well, I shared my motion 2 weeks ago at committee in the chat. And
Yes.
I fully intended to move that motion in committee.
Yeah.
And then I was my understanding was that I would then be allowed to make my motion at this meeting, and that
Okay.
did not play out in that way. So
Okay.
I
No,
chose
no.
not to make an issue of that, but I'm trying to,
No, I appreciate that context, and to be
Right.
fair, I wasn't available at that meeting, as we know, and I apologize, because then I'm trying to catch up. so.
I understand.
Okay. I
So
think that's
I'm
all.
trying to work with the motion that's offered and tweak
Yeah.
it to the things that I think are important to,
Yeah. So just on my last seconds, if you, like, again, deciding on the amendment specifically, why is this a deal breaker for you? What is needed, why is this amendment needed to the original motion?
because I think that if we do this on a sector basis, we will see development proceed in the south where there is demand. And we can talk about profits, but profits also speak to, there's also an affordability piece, there is a property tax revenue piece, there is a non-residential market to be struck piece. And I want to see that proceed while there is market demand for that, instead of waiting for other parts of the city. Because I think the way it's written today is simply going to force residential development to satellite communities and not to infill or to the north communities in Edmonton.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Okay, so just a few context-setting questions for me. I heard in the discussion that we're thinking it's going to take about 5 years to hit that 62% mark citywide. Is that based off our current numbers or based off our previous numbers? Because we're growing a lot faster we were the last 2 years than we were even 3 or 4 years ago.
That is based off of current population growth rates.
Okay.
But you're right, since this project started about a year and a half ago, that number has continually shrunk to be a smaller and
Possibly could
smaller
be there
number.
quicker, but we're sort of thinking worst case scenario is what I'm hearing 5 years from now.
Correct.
So I guess in that case, like I'm maybe not seeing as big of a deal right now, and this is what I'm trying to understand here, because I'm hearing the mover's intent, which is, okay, with this motion, the original motion, if passed, starts the pre-planning work. That's a 2-year exercise. If we approve this motion, what that would mean is that after that 2-year exercise, because the South's already at that mark, we could then move into the next phase of the plan, the ASP essentially, correct? Is that?
I think there might be a little bit of overlap. So if this assuming this motion was successful, the servicing study, the pre-planning work would continue on. Concurrent to that, landowners and developers could come to council seeking authorization to begin their statutory planning in conjunction with the servicing work that's ongoing.
Okay, so
There is benefit, if we did want to shorten the window, that would shorten the window with a couple of years of overlap of developers preparing area structure plans while the bones are getting in place.
and we would not be asked to, so if there is overlap, because again, I'm not necessarily seeing a downside, assuming point 2 of the motion of the original mover gets passed, because I think my biggest thing is we're probably talking about maybe a 2-year difference. And should they be able to start now or start later? But in any scenario, if the original motion passes, we don't make any decisions until we have a full cost accounting of how that would actually go before we would approve anything, correct?
Correct.
So then maybe, I guess I'm not sure I understand the downside. Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, if we're really talking about 2 years difference and we're not going to do anything until the costing comes, I'm maybe not sure I understand admin's hesitation on that. Because the new costing exercise in point 2 of the original motion, if we're saying that there might be additional costs outside of the financial study that were done as part of the creation of the city plan, point 2 of the motion, of the original motion, would capture that to say, okay, if we're going 2 years early in southwest Edmonton, that's going to add an extra $100 million, making random numbers up in the sky. But we would know that would have to be presented to the council before any decision to allow them to actually start would happen. And if they wanted to go 2 years early, but it's $100 million more, we could say, well then, guess what? You're covering every penny of that $100 million. Like, that would be my understanding of how that would play out if the original motion passes combined with this amendment.
I think your assumption or logic is sound. It resonates with me in that would be this motion on the floor by Councillor Cartmel would still be waiting that 2 years for all of that original motion work to come back.
Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
Councillor Knack, I would just add, this motion provides more clarity, I guess, from in an industry perspective around what to expect in terms of those thresholds being met by sector versus looking at it by a citywide.
And again, we could make, and I'm not sure if it's clear or if it needs to be made clear, that if there was an additional cost above and beyond what the current city plan modeled, we can make it very clear that we would not advance anything unless those additional costs are being covered by those doing the work. Like, I want to achieve the cost benefit that we've said. In fact, I'd like to have a conversation about how we do a better cost recovery than what actually the city plan says right now, which is, I think, the whole point of number 2. But that would allow, I want to make sure that we would not miss out on that opportunity, or we could even set a clear expectation that if there's additional cost, we don't have to incur that cost, correct?
Councillor Knack, I think that's what you'll be able to get back through this report and make some decisions or provide direction on in terms of next steps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright?
Sorry, may I propose that we extend orders to finish this amendment, just because I know that your ability to participate might be compromised after lunch, and I think it's important that you, as the mover, you can fully participate.
I hear you. I'll look to the clerk.
Yes, as long as we can keep it within a reasonable period of time. We do need to take a lunch break.
Okay, seeing
Second.
what I worry about is I see one speaker left, and I'm sure people would want to speak to this too. So
How about
clerk, I'm looking for guidance here.
I'm-
What's a
I'm
reasonable
gonna-
amount of time?
I already have there's already a mover and a seconder, and I would say if I could add to that motion, that limit debate to 2 minutes.
How about 1 minute?
No, I don't think that's fair to the mover.
Well, okay. I will say we move to continue extending orders to, unless I get vetoed. But can I ask the clerk what?
How long do you think this will take? Because we do need to give the staff a break.
Of course, yes.
How about we just extend for 15 minutes and see where that takes us?
Done.
15 minutes. Kate, sorry, Councillor Wright, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, I have 5, not 1, thank you.
Wait, no, we have to vote on that, though. We have to vote. Oh, it's unanimous.
Is there any objection to extending till 12:15? Okay, hearing none. Councillor Wright.
Okay, so if this is sort of going to follow in conjunction with the report then that's coming back, rather than revising all future growth areas, can we just, because I don't know if at this point I want to revise to another way that we slice and dice the city.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
It's revise the thresholds, not the growth areas. It's revise the thresholds to say, instead of taking a citywide approach, take a quadrant approach, as an example.
Can we just have that sort of as a supplement to keeping it with the districts? I'm just wondering, can we get those figures in addition to getting the figures for the districts like we've gotten in this report? Where it's got it broken down by district.
Well, no, because then, but it doesn't matter what those things say. If it's a 62% threshold across the city, doesn't matter what it is by quadrant.
Okay,
right?
sorry, okay. And then, so what your sector, you're talking quadrants split by the river and Calgary Trail, or who's going to determine that, what the sector is?
Well, I think that's the most intuitive, but I don't know that it divides as naturally in the north end of the city, east to west on 97th Street, as it does in the south.
So
there's some patterns there.
So to administration, how would you slice and dice it?
That was going to be one of our questions to clarify. So we come back with the desired intent of what a sector means. Is that 4 quadrants? Is that by the districts? We'd be looking for clarity on that interpretation.
So we can say quadrants if that's clear. I'm happy to revise the language to say on a quadrant basis,
Okay.
corners of the map.
But, and, okay, then I guess to administration, this information would still come back to council for a decision point at that time. It's just a different way of
Correct,
providing the information to us.
correct.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that's all I have then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wright. Okay, any further questions? Hearing none, we'll now go to speaking to it, and please go less than 2 minutes.
Are we amending the wording? Sorry, is that friendly?
Was there an amendment?
Yeah, replace sectors with quadrant.
So can I do a friendly amendment and then, or can you, because you
If
can't
it's
amend your
friendly,
own.
then it's,
I'm not hearing an objection to it, so it's friendly. So we'll get the amended wording up on the screen, and now, hearing no further questions, we'll go to, Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe to administration, like, is this, instead of embedding this and changing the actual thresholds, is this something that could just be a tracked metric? Something that, you know, we're tracking but not holding ourselves to? It's a piece of information that can go into future conversations as alongside the other tracked metrics?
It could be either. I think the intent is that it is required, that it does inform decision-making, but it could serve as a track metric as well.
The mover? How would you feel about it being a tracked metric? Again, it could be a piece of information that is
if it's
part of
track,
that decision-making.
sorry, if it's a track metric, then it requires a motion to be made to accept the policy in order for a development to proceed. Whereas if if the policy is changed to say on a quadrant basis, then the consideration is different.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Rutherford. To speak. Okay. Hearing no other questions, we'll go to speaking. Councilor Paquette, are you to speak your questions? Councilor Paquette?
Just to speak.
Okay. Councilor Rutherford, you have the floor to speak.
Yeah, I'll be super brief. I appreciate the intent of this amendment, but I can't support it. I think there's some real unintended consequences in terms of what I've already seen as a systemic challenge in growth begetting demand, which gets public investment in those areas, and then we have inequities that are building out throughout the city. And I don't see how metrics by quadrant helps that case. I think that we have heard the desire for all of the pre-planning work and the servicing study to be done. We have heard multiple things about those pieces, but we also have to recognize that we are not making decisions on things like our budget on a quadrant by quadrant basis. We are making them holistically as a whole city, and we need to look at the picture of how the whole city is growing. When I look at attachment 1 and the map there, and I look at all of the communities that are listed, I'm very worried about what that looks like. I just can't support this. I think there's some unintended consequences that perpetuate some of the inequities we've already seen to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rutherford. Councilor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. And I appreciate the words that we just heard. I guess I'm of a different opinion in that I think that the unintended consequences are with us now. And what this does is it clarifies that if there is demand in an area and it makes sense that demand is there, then council should probably be considering that. And so this just gives more flexibility for administration to say, hey, look, it makes sense for us to invest here because of this demand, and this is the return that the city is going to get. And then a future council can say, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And it just streamlines the process and it adds clarity for potential investors. And to me, that just, it seems like a rational thing to do is just to keep that open a little bit. I don't think that this does anything that is actually outside the realm of what city plan already determines and what we've already determined to be a potential growth patterns. All it does is say, okay, but we're also a little bit more nimble. And just in case, it's good to have this in our back pocket. That's my read of it. That's why I seconded it. And that's why I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So I'm hearing the hesitation. I guess for me, I'm thinking about two things. One, sort of the amount of time we're actually talking about, which is probably about a 2-year difference based off what I've heard. And then the other piece is, for me, I keep coming back, and I know we're not debating the original motion yet, but point 2 in the original motion is what is so important to me to help address the unintended consequences piece. I would not at all support any new development. I'm happy to let some planning work go on, but I would not at all support new development if we don't have a clear plan of how we're going to pay for that, because we've never done that. And we've got that in the motion, in the original motion, which I assume is going to pass. And so the next council will have that clear evidence about here. If we're going to go 2 years early, let's assume that's the math. We're going to go 2 years early in the Southwest, above where we would have thought, and it will legitimately cost more money, then I would not put a single penny. I would not support approving it unless the developers of those areas have said, we're going to pay that 100%. Because the city plan says we will still grow to the south of 41st. We're not going to annex any more land. We've been very clear about that, but we will still grow within our existing boundaries. So for me, it all comes back to the best way to prevent unintended consequences is the costing exercise. We need to be very firm on that. We've never been firm on that. And I think this is our chance to be firm. So I don't see the harm in potentially advancing something, if at all, by 2 years at this point. And I'm not sure that's actually going to be the case, because we'll have more detailed information upon the completion of that. So that's where I'm thinking about this right now. Thanks.
Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, very quickly as well. I know we were speaking to the amendment, but amendment is tied to the main motion. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that my intent is to proceed with pre-planning, right? But I absolutely agree with Councillor Knack that all that work will take place, but fundamentally for me is understanding the cost pressures of growth and who pays for them. And there has to be a better partnership. A house built generates immediate profit for developers. It generates immediate tax revenue for the province and the federal government, but municipality ends up picking the cost. We pay disproportionately more to service that house than any other government does, or developers do. They actually recover their cost and they actually make profit. And so does governments, provincial and federal government. They actually get more money back in taxes than they actually pay for services. So whether I'm okay with number 3, right? Because for me, it's not. It's kind of. It's for me. Future work will only happen if we have a better understanding on the finances. If we can't have a better cost recovery and better partnership, then development will not. Residential development will not take place. I'm solely focused on residential. Non-residential, commercial, and industrial can take place without having too many services, like other areas do, like other regional partners do. Okay, that.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Based on the answers that we received from administration, I do have concerns that this undermines the financial assumptions that are built into the city plan. Substantial completion is not just about phasing growth to meet the needs and pace of development and the needs and pace of market demand. It's also about phasing it in a way that enables us as an organization to deliver on our commitments to building complete communities. And phasing it in a way that safeguards Edmontonians and taxpayers. And I think that this approach risks altering the way that phasing was intended to roll out based on the city plan. And based on based on the direction that was provided in the city plan, policy guidance around substantial completion and the intention behind substantial completion. So I will not be able to support this, but I appreciate the comments from colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton, may you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Very quickly, I can't support this either. I think there's a reason that we're one city, we're one tax base, we're one service, and we don't clear, we clear the snow and we take care of people everywhere. And just to allow, like, ultimately what this does is facilitate. I heard a lot about what the market's interest is, or what developers' interest is, or what consumer interest is, but I didn't hear about what Edmontonians' interests are, or our tax base's interest is, or what's for the good of the city and the good of our stakeholders and the good of the people we owe a fiduciary obligation to. So I can't support this motion. Councillor Hamilton, can take the chair back.
Chair's returned.
Okay. Mover, would you like to close?
Yeah, thank you. So on the notion that, we would not proceed with anything unless, developers are paying 100% for that, we have to remember a couple of things here. First of all, developers pay 100% of the developments in terms of roads, utilities, and turning those lands into developed space, residential and non-residential, and they contribute that back to the city. So there is a healthy amount that developers and investors are already paying for. What we're talking about is the component that is city funded. And as has been pointed out, city funding of amenities is done on a citywide basis. It is up to us to balance those considerations. If there's other parts of the city that are underserved, then it's up to us to correct that. Now, there's a question about we can't do everything for everyone because there's a capacity and cost basis. We've had conversations in the last 2 weeks about the capacity to pay and the cost of amenities in this city. So we might find that if we disaggregate the data, which is to say the single one line of information we get on the cost of amenities, which is the total cost, we might be able to understand why it costs so much to deliver those amenities in the city and how we reduce those costs, and thereby deliver more amenities with the same capacity. That is an open question. That would be part of the analysis in part 2. I asked this question earlier in the conversation. Part 2 should not take 2 years to figure out. There's only a few ways to fund, and there's only a few ways to compare what a fire hall or a rec center or a splash pad or a spray park or a roller skate pad costs in different parts of the metro region. I also want to say something else. This is anecdotal, but the time to permit in Beaumont has gone from 10 days to 95 days. Because there's already a market demand for housing and for development in the south, and those people are going to Beaumont. Now we might say, great, let Beaumont worry about it. Here's what Beaumont does not do. They do not contribute to mass transit in the metro region. They do not contribute to policing in the metro region. They do not contribute to housing in the metro region, particularly affordable and supportive housing. So if we keep this up and we keep driving the tax base to the satellite communities, our capacity for Edmonton to pay for the metro region's needs is going to be diminished. We're playing with the market, and when governments play with market, it does not end well. So I'm not suggesting that it's the Wild West. I'm suggesting that we need to move methodically. And there are different factors that drive demand in different parts of the city. And this part of the city has got higher demand than other parts. And so to simply draw an arbitrary circle about what we'll allow and what we won't just does not make sense. And I think we need to remember that. So there's a lot of embedded assumptions in these things that are either assumptions from when the city plan was crafted almost 10 years ago, or embedded assumptions about cost and capacity, or embedded assumptions about how we can manipulate the market and force people to other places where we want them to go as opposed to where they want to go. And we should be careful about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That vote is carried. We now take recess, reconvene at 1:30.
Correct. Now we are live.
Okay, we're live online. I will call the meeting back to order with a roll call. Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe? Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette?
Hello.
Councillor Tang?
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi?
Present.
Councillor Hamilton?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
And I'm here as well. So we just finished passing an amendment to the motion. Now we are back to the amended motion. Is it possible to reset the speakers list for the amended motion? If not, I'll just ask everybody to chime in.
It is active, so just sign up to speak.
Sign up to speak. Well, we're still on the questions of the amended motion now. Because Councillor Cartmel moved an amendment, but there had been, I think, 3 other people on the board. So I'm not sure if there were other amendments or other people. So I know Councillor Salvador was signed up and can't click on, so maybe Councillor Salvador, do you want to begin?
Sure. Okay, so maybe just to start off, for a little bit more clarity around the amendment that was just passed for part 3. Am I correct in understanding then that, like, if we're looking just at sort of this, even the southwest quadrant, if we're calling them quadrants, are we essentially meeting all of the 3 thresholds that we've already set? Or very, very close to?
So, Councillor, if we're looking just at the specific Southwest District, then yes, very, very close. But the quadrant approach would not just be that district. It would be cutting the city in 4, so it would be a few other districts. We haven't done that assessment, but it does add a few years for sure.
Right, so it sort of accelerates that timeline by a few years. And I guess places administration in a position where you would be recommending stat planning at that time, correct?
Once the threshold is met by the standard that council sets, then yes, we would then come to recommend.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm going to shift gears a little bit then. So looking at part 2 of the motion, when I read the provision of services, amenities, and infrastructure in alignment with city plan, is that public services, amenities, and infrastructure?
Yes, that's how we would interpret it.
Okay, so that would include things like public transit, developed parks, rec centers, libraries, other operational costs. It's all inclusive?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then maybe another question around, the reference to understanding the cost of growth in future growth areas. What mechanism have we been using to understand the cost of growth in developing areas today?
I can respond to that, Councillor Salvador. It's Hoida. I would say that's the IMPs. So those again provide information on a neighborhood or area structure plan level. Looking at the entire developing area might be a new piece of work for us to fully understand those costs.
Okay, and is there anything from, or learnings rather, from our approach with IIMPs that we might do differently, or things that we could improve upon as we look towards this other piece of work?
I think so, Councillor. That's what we've outlined in our report back as well. Is we think through the IMP renewal, we can look at a couple of things. We can look at our own city standards, but of course we can also look at various neighborhood designs and bring that decision-making or influence of the IMP outcomes earlier into the neighborhood design process.
Okay. And then I have to ask this question. I think I've asked it in a few different ways, but I'm still just seeking out a really clear answer. And it's a question around transit. We have developing areas today that we know are decades out from having public transit or other amenities like developed parks. I saw substantial completion as one of our only tools outside of budget that could set that bar and say that we are going to hold ourselves to this standard before contemplating future growth. Like, was I wrong in that assumption around what substantial completion was intended to do?
I don't think we would suggest that that is a wrong assumption, but there is definitely some fuzziness or lack of clarity within the city plan because substantial completion is not defined. And so it just lists it as a thing to do. And so through the work of this project, we looked at significant components of what makes a neighborhood complete, understanding that a neighborhood doesn't go to 0 to 100% complete overnight. It does take time in all cases. So what are those major pieces of infrastructure that are required for a community to be considered substantially complete? So this project does not include every single amenity or service provision. It's more of looking for those indicators that would give council the decision or recommendations to make informed decisions of the future growth area.
Okay, so yeah, if not, so I'm hearing like if not through substantial completion, are there other tools that we are looking at beyond budget to hold ourselves accountable to ensure we're delivering on the expectations of Edmontonians for service delivery and amenities in developing areas?
I would say we have with respect to transit specifically, and we don't have our colleagues here from transit to support, but we do have our level of service standards for service delivery for transit in new neighborhoods. So there is that. But I hear what you're saying, Councillor Salvador, that like this would have been another tool for council, or could be another tool for council to say, we haven't met the threshold on certain things. And so it pushes, I suppose, the ability to fund those more. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, would you take the chair?
I've got the chair.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask administration now that this quadrant amendment had passed, when will the southwest quadrant be at 62%?
We do not have that calculated because we've been calculating based on the districts and so not on the quadrant. So we would have to take a look at what those numbers would be.
Were the districts in the southwest close to 62% already?
One of them is. Only one.
So in theory, that one may trigger a NSP to come forward.
So based on a quadrant approach, it would not, there's not enough in that southwest quadrant to accelerate an immediate authorization because it would not just be that southwest district, it would be the southwest districts. So West Henday probably as well. And so when you look at those numbers, it definitely is faster than what is proposed in the administration's report, but it is not eminent, immediate.
And just to clarify, if you started planning tomorrow, what is the soonest a home could be available for occupancy?
So it's quite a process to start up a new growth area. And we did work with industry to get their perspective as well. And we both all agreed that a safe, like with a factor of safety of 90% surety, about 10 years guarantees that those first homes would get occupancy.
So even if we voted for this plan now, today, or to some who wanted planning to happen immediately and they were citing the immediate housing crisis as a catalyst, even then, no decision we can make now would put more homes in the southwest for 10 years.
Approximately. Some developers might be extremely motivated and accelerated, so perhaps they could shave a few years off of that 10-year mark, but that's the approximate amount. Okay.
I wanted to clarify, so for the commercial aspect now, am I reading it correctly that you just, if it is zoned or zoned non-residential, pardon me, then it is considered towards substantial completion, even if nothing's been built there, even if there's no development permit or building permit? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Gant.
So that seems like a lax metric to me. Like, what would be the next level of certainty? Because I'm thinking about some strips that are already zoned, but there's nothing built there. It's not really complete to me. It's just zoned.
The next level, in our opinion, would be the development permit.
What if we went up to building permit?
So the issue with the building permit, it sounds very technical, but like it's more difficult for us to assess because it's based on area. And so the building permit doesn't offer us that information, but we think the development permit is one step closer to actually a building materializing. So, and it's closer to a building permit as well, but it's something we could explore if need be, if council wishes.
I would like to see an amendment to that effect that would move it to a development permit, the next stage, so I can follow up in the through the chat with the clerk to help add rigor to that metric. I guess just to clarify again, so in the developing areas, there's 80,000 available homes ready today. In the redeveloping areas, we haven't calculated that, but we know with zoning bylaw renewal, many more lots can have many more homes. In the redeveloping area, does that also take into account the West 240?
No, Councillor Jans, it doesn't, because the West 240 is still within the redeveloping area, and the substantial completion standard only applies to the developing areas. It's shown in the development patterns map and the city plan.
I'm just thinking about that, the refuting the whole notion that this is a moratorium on construction. There would be construction allowed on the West 240, and I think, is the U of A Property Trust, do you know offhand what they're estimating in terms of number of homes?
Oh, I don't know, actually, sorry, but you're right. For sure, there's still, we anticipate, and we've been seeing strong infill redevelopment happening, and so we would expect that to continue.
Okay, so what about like the Shaughnessy land we just approved? Would that be, again, that would be in the redeveloping, but it wouldn't be contemplated? Or Shaughnessy is in the developing?
I think actually Shaughnessy is in the developing area.
Okay.
I would double check, but I believe it is.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
What about some of,
Sorry, you're out of
thank
time. Yeah.
Thank you. May I have the chair back?
Yeah, your turn, the chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to, I mean, ultimately right now, am I going to support this motion or am I not going to support this motion is where I'm at right now. So that's my line of questioning to just move us forward. I really struggle with how, and this is, I guess, to administration. I'm curious your interpretation, especially with the addition of 3, but I was already lukewarm, quite frankly, to 1 and 2 as well. How is this motion before me not status quo? We're going to do the pre-planning as we would whether we had standard completion standards or not. We're not implementing the standards until we have a report that comes back that talks about the cost of growth, which we've already had, even since I've been a sitting councillor, at least 2 reports on the cost of growth. And we've heard from industry that they're not interested in any additional costs, and any additional cost will be passed on to homeowners when we're in a housing emergency. That's the rhetoric. And now we're going to say, in addition to those 2, we've now amended this motion to add point 3, which then says, and also go back and revise all of those potential standards that we're also not approving today and make them quadrant-based rather than a holistic purview of the city. Is my interpretation correct? And if not, please correct me. But that is how I am understanding this motion as it stands before us today.
So this motion, I wouldn't suggest that this motion leads to a business as usual approach, because it does push off the publication, the establishing the substantial completion standard. That standard needs to be in place before authorization for statutory planning can happen. So in fact, this probably delays, potentially, perhaps delays, but it doesn't give a clear path to statutory planning authorization, because there is no substantial completion standard to meet yet.
Yep.
Councillor Rutherford, I would maybe add what this motion is doing is providing that clarity that administration will do the pre-planning work for the future growth area. So yes, we know we're doing that anyway, but we want to look at that consideration of the split between residential and non-residential. I see through this motion, it gives council information or more information around the cost of growth, which includes capital costs, operating costs, and revenue.
And I'm guessing that that cost of growth, the difference would be that this cost of growth, as per this motion, would also factor in different splits of res, non-res, as per point 1?
Yes, because the two will sort of inform each other. And then we want to do this body of work in addition to engaging with city building partners. And I think yesterday we specifically talked about industry, school boards, and EFCL to look at funding models and tools to support services, amenities, and infrastructure. And, you know, for council to have that information before implementing whether substantial completion or to do authorization of a plan is good information. It's prudent to do, so you know what you might need to invest.
Why didn't administration recommend it? Because your recommendation as administration was receive this for information. And receive for information has next steps, which include pre-planning in the next steps as per your report that is in the agenda package, as well as finalizing the standards report, coming back as a memo, which wouldn't be coming now because we're not implementing those standards. So help me parse out, like, if we receive for information, what would be different from what's before us right now? And why are you saying this is good, but your recommendation was receive for information with the steps outlined in the report to take next?
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. I was just providing clarity of our understanding of the motion in terms of the body of work that we would do if the motion was approved.
But you said that there was a benefit in this and that this added value.
Well,
That's
the
what
cost.
you said.
Yeah, the cost of growth, that body of work around the cost of growth, we would be doing that through the IAMP at some point. But if council's looking for that information before making any further decisions around the future growth area, then we need to do that. We need to do that work.
But then you're also doing work as per point 3 of now redoing the standards for quadrants as opposed to districts or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe just on that thread. So again, my understanding is that you know, we would be revisiting that residential, non-residential mix in the future growth area, which is not currently work that's wasn't contemplated initially. And then also, I think in addition to having sort of the costs, we're also going to look at the tools to cover those costs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. So that is some new and very pertinent information. On that note, with the IIMP update, I think we've bounced around an idea in the past around having an operating cost for growth. So when we're approving new capital, like a new rec center, for example, we often have the operating cost of capital. And so there's a clear alignment between approving a piece of physical infrastructure and then the tax levy impact that has on operations. Is that something that we could work towards in the IIMP in terms of when a new plan is before us for authorization, that we have a very clear operating cost of growth that we build into our budget as condition of that approval?
Councillor Stevenson, this is Hoeda. That is actually our intention with the renewal of the IMP, exactly that, or one of the intentions is to, right now, the IMP outcomes don't influence the budget directly or budget planning. And so straight out of the IMP, in other ways it might. But what I think that what we're trying to do through the IMP renewal is to do exactly that, have a better influence on budget planning as that information becomes available about the neighborhoods. I will just say again, though, that the IMP that might come soon won't have that new approach. And so that is something we'll try to make clear for you as much as we can when we bring forward, say, the Kendall IMP that's upcoming.
Okay, great. Really appreciate that. And that is super exciting. I think that is such an exceptional piece of work to undertake. And I think, is very, very transformative in terms of how we grow. So thank you for that. Yeah, no further questions, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, just more clarifications. So I am interested in understanding the cost of growth. But my intent in part 2, I hope is clear to administration, is not just understanding the cost of growth, but how we're going to pay for that growth, and who's going to pay for that growth, and what funding models and tools that we can utilize, not only for the infrastructure, but also the provision of services that are required in that new growth area.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Okay, good. And it is also my intent as part of 2 that until we get that report, until we get that understanding on the tools and how we're going to pay, who is going to pay, and cost sharing, you would not be recommending moving forward on ASP for new growth area.
Correct, unless it was a non-residential.
Yeah, that's right. Only for residential growth, right?
Correct.
Non-res, absolutely, we need to have that flexibility, because that's my intent. Under that intent, I supported part 3, right? So I just need very, because if that is not if you don't understand that intent, then I might vote against part 3, right? Because I voted for part 3 with clear understanding of funding model tools, who's going to pay, how we're going to pay, and having that in place before we move forward on ASP.
Yes.
Okay,
that
good.
was our understanding as well.
Okay, got it. Good. That's it. Thank you.
No further questions? Okay, Councillor Salvador.
I'll move another round.
Moved by second round, moved by Councillor Neck, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the
Please
votes.
display the votes. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So for part 2, and I really take the point around this is not just about understanding the cost of growth. It's about ensuring we're looking at tools and a funding strategy to alongside that. What I guess a question I have we not looked at tools in the past? Like I'm looking at a report from 2017 about addressing the fiscal impacts of greenfield growth, and it talks about, you know, land value capture, dedicated tax revenue, development charges, tax increment financing, special tax, local improvement levies. Why, like, it seems like we have looked at these in the past, so why didn't we act on them?
So, Councillor, I don't have a very specific answer back for you, but all communities struggle with this issue in terms of who pays for growth, and that paradigm has changed over time for communities, and ours right now generally is significant developer contributions to capital costs, but not operational. That's publicly funded. And we've studied this a lot, and those previous studies and work do show up in the concepts of the city plan. What might be different about this time, because we truly do want something to be different, that is the intention, not just another study, is that this is limited to the future growth area, where no pre-formas have been done, where no land use planning have been done. And so this is a fresh opportunity, a fresh slate, to set new approaches and standards and rules in place for how development will occur in that area.
And I hear that. My worry is that this is cyclical, and that I worry that conversation was had and questions were asked around the cost of growth and tools were looked at, and then there was pushback and those tools weren't implemented, even for the areas that we're seeing as the developing areas today. And I want to think things are different, and I guess I'm looking for some context around why we feel things are different. And I get that it's kind of a fresh slate, and that's a good point. Is there anything else you can share to help me out?
I don't think, so in terms of that line of questioning, things are not incredibly different, so maybe that's not encouraging, but there are still going to be hard choices. So we will bring forward recommendations and opportunities and tools. they may not be tools that council chooses to employ for whatever reason. That is something that we can't, there is no everybody wins potential solution. When we talk about doing something different, that means doing something different, and that will lead to probably hard choices.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then one of the other questions I had, you know, the way that I look at the substantial completion standard right now with the required metrics, if the bar is here, what would be administration's best recommendation if we wanted to, like, what would be the next logical step, I guess, if we wanted to raise that just slightly? Is there an obvious answer to that, or would that require additional work? Maybe there was something that was contemplated but wasn't necessarily recommended or didn't make it into the standard we see in front of us today. Is there, yeah, how do we raise it just a little? What would you suggest?
So I'll start, and then I'll turn to Hoeda. So opportunities could be to increase the thresholds that for the required metrics, and Councillor Jans noted moving that commercial metric to something closer to an actual building rather than just zoning on paper. So opportunities like that for the required. Additionally, moving some of the currently suggested tracked metrics into required would achieve that result. Not all of the track metrics would achieve that little bit result. Some would be rather severe in terms of changes, but maybe I'll pass it to Hoeda for any insights.
Yes, I would agree. Like, those are probably the levers in this particular standard that could be pushed. I will also note, like, in terms of some of those like longer term costs to the city, they tend to be the operations and maintenance, right? So the capital costs are one thing, and that's an important element and budget consideration for sure. But it is the long term operations and maintenance that becomes a bit more of a hurdle because we don't have, as a city,
that makes sense.
readily available funding.
Great, and I'm gonna run out of time, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. May you take the chair?
Councillor Hamilton just stepped away briefly.
Oh, Councillor Carmel can't because they're indisposed. Councillor Knack, could you take the chair?
It's Councillor Wright that's next.
Councillor Wright, could you take the chair?
Most definitely.
Thank you. I would like to put forward an amendment, and the clerk has it. It reads that a Part 4 be added as follows. Number 4, that administration revise the future growth area thresholds to include non-residential at development permit stage.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor.
Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we need to make as many of the tracked metrics required as possible to help ensure that sustainability is ensured. The last thing we want is, just because something is zoned as a commercial space, we actually want to see movement on that. We want to see a next level commitment, which in this case would be a development permit. So I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
Thank you. Anyone on the board for questions?
This is about the commercial. That's okay.
Mayor Sohi, did you have a question for the mover?
Yes,
Yeah,
just want from clarity point, wouldn't the amendment read that administration revise the substantial completion thresholds to include non-residential at development permit stage? Because it's applicable to substantial completion, right? Not to the, is that your intent?
That's my intention, whatever the wording is recommended by
Is that
administration.
considered a friendly amendment then?
Yeah.
Yes? No objections?
So it'll be substantial completion thresholds. Okay, got it, that's all.
Thank you. Sorry, moving quick. Nothing further.
Nothing further? We'll get that amendment on the screen. While that is being done, did anybody want to speak to the amendment? Oh, we do have questions?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councillor Tang?
Sorry, I have a question. I have some questions. I will welcome some feedback from administration on this. Like, to me, this is a metric. You know, I have a lot of questions around, you know, other metrics that were brought up, but that's not included in the motion that was put forward earlier. And now I feel like we're getting into a territory of starting to kind of prescribe various metrics that we would like to see. And I'd rather not go down that path. I guess I will welcome some feedback from administration. Like, how would this kind of help you? You know, how would this work be helpful or not helpful in moving forward?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I think the intent, and so thank you for the question, is it's not to introduce a new required metric or threshold, that the non-residential should probably be referring to how the report refers to it as commercial services, because that is the line of questions that Councillor Jans was asking. It was around commercial services. So this, we're interpreting this as not a new metric to track, but rather an adjustment to the proposed commercial services metric.
And that would provide more clarity for you?
Yes, that then, if that is how it is interpreted and intended to be, is just moving the required metric closer to an actual building actually existing. So it is the same metric that we were looking to track or to be required. It's just moving it closer to an actual building.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador and Stevenson, did you have questions?
I guess maybe just a brief question to administration. You know, supportive of this. I wonder. I mean, I also had questions around. This covers off the non-res side. I'm just wondering around even the metrics for low density residential. Are there opportunities to move from lot registrations to building permits in a similar vein? So this is, and I take the point around this potentially getting a little messy. I wonder what would be the preferred approach on administration side if there are a few of these that we want to be able to tweak?
I think, Councillor, even if there is some messiness, as much clarity as can be offered at this point helps us come back with what Council expects.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice, you have questions?
I do, and thank you very much. So longer residential area development actually including the industrial development. So I just want to get a sense from administration if we revise the substantial completion thresholds to include long residential development at the development permanent stage, how this interact or interplays with our just past industrial action plan. And because to me, this seems like the concern I have with this motion is that seems to me the impact of how we support our industrial development. Can I get your thoughts on that?
Yes, Councillor Rice, we would agree with you that if this was intended to be non-residential, so a new metric, it would be problematic in terms of city plan and the industrial investment action plan. But I believe, and perhaps for clarity, it might be helpful if the wording is changed, that it doesn't say non-residential, it states commercial services, which is what is contained within the report.
So does that mean the amendments needed? And even though to change the commercial services, but that still impact how we develop the residential and in the area. And because if you limit commercial services and then for the residential and then for the people to enjoy life, they need services. So this to me, and then I may have more questions, but I want heard and from my colleagues. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much to the mover. I think this is a great addition. I'm just wondering if for simplicity, we could consider this as a subsequent motion, as I think there's some other factors that we may want. and it just might help separate out two processes. To the mover.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, I really appreciate the overall direction of the main motion. I think it's providing clarity in terms of a sequence of events. I think a subsequent motion provides some really specific direction on like a quite specific element within that broader direction. That maybe I'll look to administration to see if that helps, hinders, neutral.
Having clarity at this point of that commercial services, if that's what we're talking about, is desired to be a required metric as presented, and that we're just moving the time scale from zoning to development permit, that's helpful and rather minor adjustment on our end.
And I guess maybe then I would say, what if there was interest in also adding that the metrics for low-density residential go from lot registration to building permits?
Similarly, that could be contemplated. When we start to add a number of additions, I see where you're going.
Right.
This could complicate and not give council the desired outcome once all of this is looked at as one package.
Yeah, and so that's why I think, again, I love this intent. I'm very supportive of this intent. I just think we have an opportunity to do something a bit cleaner as a subsequent, which again narrows in on some of the specifics on the substantial completion standard without complicating, what is already a three-part motion.
I'm open to withdrawing it, but also I'm open to just like, let's just keep adding all these amendments here, because I think it's way too porous. So I look to the wisdom of the assembly. Okay, I'm gonna withdraw, actually, I look to the clerk, can I withdraw my amendment?
You can, as long as there's no objection from the assembly.
Unanimous consent to allow that? No objections? Withdrawn. Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I get the chair back?
All yours.
Okay, so we're back to the amended motion with the understanding that there's probably gonna be some subsequent being drafted behind us here, to add some other metrics to help, with the wording. I'm trying to remember who else was on the board. So, Councillor Stevenson.
The very last question I believe I'll ask before speaking, again, going back to maybe something that's different about this motion from previous direction or previous information that's come back, as it does say explicitly to come back and to develop a strategy. So not necessarily just providing us with a menu of options of different tools, which I think we've seen in previous reports, but a specific strategy from administration about how we can manage growth. Is that administration's understanding of the intent of that second part?
Yes, correct. Something that would be implementable.
Exactly, and that, yeah, precisely. So not just options that we then have to weigh, but yeah, an implementable strategy. Okay, that clarifies in my mind. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, can I give the chair to Councillor Wright again?
I have the chair.
So can I ask the mover a couple of questions on the amendment then? So in your mind, just to be really clear, if this passes and administration goes to talk to industry, the province, other stakeholders, and they come up with a plan that says the city's fronting half of the cost on new neighborhoods, is that acceptable to you?
I think we would have to look at what they bring forward as funding models or tools, right? And I think can presuppose, but my intent is absolutely that the current property tax owner, taxpayers have very limited capacity to continue to subsidize suburban sprawl growth, right?
Because I'm wondering if we need to make clear in the second piece, then it's not just about talking to the stakeholders, it's bringing back something with zero tax impact. No new home is built if there is a tax impact.
But I think this is about partnership as well, because there are public sector obligations, right, that we have to meet, right? But
We don't if we don't build there.
Yeah, right. But we also need to be mindful of, you know, housing supply to accommodate population growth, right? So I'm kind of balancing that, but my intent would be that we need better funding models and funding tools, and we need a strategy, and we need a plan in place before we start developing. That's my intent. I don't know what those tools might be, but it also requires a lot of political will on the part of a future council to make that tough decision.
Because where I worry is like we need housing, but we have over 1 million available spaces in table 1. We have 80,000 available spaces in.
Yeah.
Like you said it yourself.
I think that is why we have time on our side to develop that funding model and strategy.
But I think we need to be clear, the funding model is a self-sufficient funding model. Like if the developer wants to build a new neighborhood there, that neighborhood better pay for itself tip to tail.
Yep, I think that'll be premature at this time. I mean, when tools come back to us, we'll have that conversation. But I think the status quo as it is burdening current property owners with responsibilities that they have very limited capacity to pay.
For sure. Yeah. Can I ask administration, so Build Alberta has been advocating to the province to remove offsite levies and other powers from municipalities. So already we don't have I need clarity here. Like, what are we even allowed to charge for now?
I can speak to that, Councillor, a bit. So we as cities, we still have the ability to charge offsite levies. What the province does require now is more stipulation around how we assign benefit and demonstrate that benefit. So the tools are still available to us, but there's more stipulations around using it.
So, but there were some that were pulled back, right? Like we can't charge for. Can we do libraries?
Yes.
And fire halls?
Correct. Yeah, fire halls is one actually we are currently charging an offsite levy for.
And weren't there some other powers that were removed though in the last decade? I see Councillor Knack adding some, but maybe I'll ask for the next round. I guess I'm worried that the province of okay. I'll take back the chair.
It's all yours.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Jans. So I'll just ask about that because there were changes in December, correct? That the province made to the offsite levy conversation.
That's correct.
So can you just sort of maybe then make sure I understand what was the change specifically? Because I think.
So
there's a lot more restrictions on how we would potentially administer that.
So the two pertinent ones, I think, are the ability or the requirement, I should say, to demonstrate benefit to those who are paying for it, so that we must demonstrate benefit of the infrastructure we're requiring the levy on to the development that's paying it, and there must be appropriate consultation, and there must be transparency in how we calculate the levy. There's one more thing that I can't remember, but those are the
So it's not impossible to say capture the cost of a rec center. I think there was a recent. I think where this challenge came was actually in the city of Spruce Grove recently, and that's where Build started to push on this. I think.
I would say it does with respect to libraries and rec centers from my past experience. And when we developed the fire hall offsite levy, like those types of infrastructure do become more difficult to assign benefit directly to a developer. I remember the additional piece. They are able to also make a plea to not pay the levy anymore.
Yeah. And the issue is signing 100% of the benefit. So fire hall is a pretty easy one because it's those new homes and that's the service area. Where I think the confusion and where they were pushing is that a rec center might attract people from existing mature neighborhoods into that space, and that's why they were pushing for that. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, and I think there is ways for us to still calculate and assign that benefit, and we would have to work with industry as per stipulated by the regulation to make sure that that assignment is understood.
Yeah. And then just a little bit to one of Councillor Salvador's earlier questions, because I know when that report came in 2017, that's that's where we started the work on the fire hall, and we went and engaged industry. And I think it was a year or 2 years later that the fire hall piece came to be. And then we were going to continue working on some of those other pieces, and then the provincial review came in, and that's what held up on all of this.
We had agreed with industry that we would do a phased approach to offsite levies, fire halls being the first, and then in a second phase, I think no more than 5 years from when the fire hall came in, that we would consider other kinds of infrastructure.
Okay.
And in between that time, you're right, is when the new stipulations came in from the province.
And we're coming up on that point, which is maybe fitting of the timing of the motion here, which is to say, let's go have a conversation about those other things, which we all said we were going to do. So that's sort of why we would have that chat now.
Agreed. It would fit well with what we have already discussed with
And
industry.
that might, as we noted, that might be one of many tools we look at for the remainder of the infrastructure and how we're building out and who's paying for what. So it's not just going to be offsite levies. That is one tool available to us, but you'll have a strategy of a couple of different ideas. Okay.
Yes, that's what we'll explore.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we have exhausted questions. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, you have the floor. Yeah, no, Councillor Rutherford, no. Okay, hearing no further questions, we'll now move to debate. Would anybody like to speak to the amendment? We're debating, so Mayor, this is the amendment. The motion as amended, pardon me. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. This has been a great conversation, and I think we have gotten to some really important points, and I appreciate all the input and all the conversation, both from my colleagues and of course City Administration. We really are, I really appreciate the guidance and the technical advice that we've had before us today. I really appreciate this motion that Mayor Sohi has put on the floor. I think it strikes a really great balance. It enables orderly development of our city while also ensuring that we're prudently managing our city resources. I want to be extremely clear that this is in no way constraining growth. The ask that we have from industry right now is that we get some pre-planning work underway, and this motion explicitly supports that and directs it. The value add in this motion is that as part of this pre-planning work, we'll be ensuring that we're maximizing the benefit of these lands by revisiting the balance of residential and non-residential land uses. We had a report at Executive Committee very recently that painted a pretty bleak scene in terms of our balance between residential and non-residential land uses. That balance is off kilter right now, and it's leading to an unsustainable property tax regime. I think the first part of this motion will go a long way to starting to right the ship and ensure the long-term sustainability of our city. This motion is also ensuring that we have a plan to provide the services and infrastructure that all Edmontonians deserve. We really need. We can't continue to build neighborhoods that remain incomplete and underserviced for years into the future, or to continue stretching our already thin services even further across the city. I also want to speak to the question of affordability, as it's one that comes up often, and I truly do think can be a consequence of unthoughtful and unbalanced restriction of greenfield growth. Again, I don't feel that this is what this motion does, and I think the other part of the formula that we are doing exceptionally well in this city is that we have created significant development opportunity throughout the redeveloping area. I think in the past, efforts of cities to curb urban growth have not been matched by the sort of progressive and opportunity creating zoning that we've put in place. So on the balance, we have significantly increased overall development potential. And it's development potential in a new model. I won't disagree with that. It's asking our industry to deliver homes in a different way and to a different market. We have, so much of our growth is driven by in-migration to Alberta, and many of these individuals are coming from cities where that market shift has already happened. The expectation that one's first home is a condo or a townhome or a duplex is very well accepted by many of those coming into our city, and I think we have a really exciting opportunity to build off of that. So again, really want to appreciate the work of administration. Really looking forward to the conversation that will be coming back to us, and also look forward to some of the further subsequent motions I believe are in the works. So thank you again so much to everyone, and I am very excited to be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
No, I don't want to go anymore. No, I'm going to echo some of what Councillor Stevenson said. I think back to, it was 2014 when we had the IIMP report for the three areas in Southeast, Southwest, and Northeast Edmonton. And I thought it was really good information, and a little bit to Councillor Salvador's questions earlier is that, we didn't really then do a lot with it, and that's probably a big mistake on our part. We started some conversations on things, and actually we did start to move down the path of offsite levies, but that was a very slow and probably well too long of a conversation from when we actually got the information that showed about a $1.4 billion cost just on the infrastructure. That didn't even factor in the operating costs of the development of those areas. So upon reflection, and that's something that I think we could have done much better as a council 10 years ago. So I really like this motion, and I'll appreciate, and we'll come to some of the cost piece. So I'm going to focus on point 2. I know that there's been some debate from industry about that $1.4 billion number, but when it comes down to it, I think about the fact that we're only just now 30 years after the first home was built in Lewis Estates, building a rec center and library in that community, because there wasn't a clear plan for it. There wasn't a clear plan of how that was going to be paid for, who was going to pay for it, when it would happen. Maybe 30 years is the right time, but it was very much a piecemeal. And almost every community outside the Henday, we're dealing with that same conversation. Every one of us that has communities outside the Henday right now, we're in that struggle of when are those services coming? And at this point, how are we paying for them in a time where we're very constrained on the capital? And then for those that represent mature neighborhoods, that puts a strain on that older infrastructure that needs to be dealt with, because we got to fund new infrastructure, but we also got to fund all this renewal work, and we're at a very challenging time. So I think it's really important to have a more frank conversation that I think number 2 will allow us to have. So I just want to thank Mayor Sohi for making this. And the challenge to industry is to make sure that we're working together on this, because many of those same industry organizations are the ones that are here during our budget public hearings saying, please don't increase our property taxes to a large extent. And yet we know that the growth that we are approving does require a significant financial outlay. And none of us are saying, and in fact the motion is very clear in saying it's not that we're never going to build. In fact, we are going to build, but we just need to be very smart and thoughtful about it. And I just don't think we've been there as we've watched growth go forward. So yes, that will mean a different approach. It will mean continuing the offsite levy piece and furthering that. It will likely involve some other strategies, as we've heard from city administration, because the last thing I want to do is the same mistake, I think, of the other 3 areas when we had that 2014 report, which is to say, yes, go ahead. We've approved those area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans, and they're being built to, much higher densities than we had in the past and all of that. So there's a lot of good things, but without just a clear timeline of how we can actually get the services that people expect. So, and people just get frustrated with it. I mean, I'm at the point where, in the communities just west of the Henday, they were built under even an old model of off-site levies where it was only a 2-lane arterial road required, and we still haven't provided a 4-lane road. And people don't really care about the reasons why it's not built yet. They're just pretty tired of being caught up, literally in some cases, 30 to 60 minutes of traffic to get home what would normally be a couple minutes on any other time of day. And I think we've all got parts of the city like that. So, yeah, let's work together on this. I'm sure industry's listening, so please make sure we're working together thoughtfully on this. Recognize that we all have the same goal of building, well-connected communities with the right amenities. But our financial situation is extremely different than it was 10 years ago. And we should have been preparing 10 years ago. We weren't. Now is the next right time to get it right. So I'm really excited about getting the work started, getting the financials, and seeing how we can grow effectively within our existing boundaries as outlined in the city plan. No further expansion, no further annexation, worth saying that out loud a couple of times. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, are you back? Councillor Hamilton, could you take the chair? Councillor Wright, could you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Okay, just speaking to it. Yeah, I've said that this is the most important decision any city council is going to make for 30 years, and I don't believe I'm hyperbolic in saying that. We have 2 grass cuttings cycles per season in the city, and people have said that's not enough. They'd like to go more often, maybe 3, maybe 4. By opening up future new growth areas, it's going to be incredibly hard to deliver that level of service. That's just grass cutting. When we look at snow removal and we look at the enormous amount of money that we have to pay to let alone maintain the levels we're at, but to increase them and to grow them, we know that our built form as a city is financially ruinous, and we can't deliver the basics that people expect. In fact, we have a $470 million per year deferred maintenance liability. We are in the business of running a functional city for the 295 neighborhoods that currently exist. By even allowing the door to open to planning, to allowing more growth in these neighborhoods, we are taking on a liability. These are not tax-generating properties. These are liabilities. These are liabilities that are going to punch a huge hole in the future financial sustainability of our city, which is either going to lead to numerous direct service cuts or is going to lead to numerous significant tax increases. And that's just talking about our pocketbook. We're not even talking about our climate, our carbon budget. We're not even talking about why we would be bringing neighborhoods online that don't even have transit and the cost to those individuals, strapping them into a future of auto dependency. It's interesting, we've heard from many, I'm using air quotes, fiscal conservatives who have criticized council for taxes, that have written us letters complaining, industry's written us letters complaining about the tax rate. Yet by approving future growth, development, even the planning of it, we are essentially locking ourselves into business as usual. Because yes, there is a plan in part 2 of the motion to say we're going to figure out a funding strategy, but we've tried before. There was a roundtable. They met 9 times in 2017. They identified that council was going to lose $1.4 billion. And yet, here we are. We've continued. I'm really worried about this. I think that the region has taken certainly a lot of industrial and commercial development, which is prosperous, but they've left us with the housing component, which is challenging, which is financially very challenging. So I think that if people are moving to Leduc, Beaumont, elsewhere, remember that is a liability that they are incurring on their financial balance sheet. It's not one that we are incurring. And ultimately, when you look at the MGA, we have obligations. It is not to be providing suitable land for profitable development for the market. It is about running a city, and it is very hard to do this when we're expanding our footprint even further than it's already been on. On numerous occasions, people have criticized our capital plan as maybe having a little, oh, maybe this rec center had tinsel and garland, or maybe this fire hall, had a, tin instead of steel. That is just trimming your fingernails. That is nothing. Like, we are in a, when you are already at the point of why you're out there building another rec center, building another fire hall, let alone 7 of them, it's already too late. I think we need to go back to our foundational core responsibilities here. I'm really worried that we're hollowing out the core of our city. I'm really worried about this decision. I can't stress it enough how bad this will be. I just can't. Every other city in North America has looked at this. Ottawa has looked at this. Calgary's looked at this. This has been going on for years. I mean, Mayor Iveson called it the way we sprawl back 10 years ago. Mayor Nenshi warned about this, the sprawl of Calgary. Ottawa did a study that found that infill generates something like $600 per person, while sprawl costs $500 per person. I can't remember the specific numbers there, but every jurisdiction has found that when you build autocentric suburban development, in addition to the thousands and thousands of spaces that we're already doing, it is going to lose money for your community. So if this passes, I don't know which closures or service cuts or rec center, shutdowns or whatever we're going to face next, but I really, really worry about the dire consequences. And for what? For what? So a small group of people can make another development in an area that we're all going to end up paying for. This should go to a plebiscite. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'll return the chair.
Taken. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciated this conversation, and glad that we took our time with it and had a good dialogue. When I think about substantial completion as a part of growth management, I think of it as one of the primary bodies of work alongside zoning bylaw renewal and district planning that we have in front of us to help us implement the vision that's outlined in the city plan. And the city plan is very clear that the growth patterns we've seen over the last few decades have not been sustainable, and they have not been fiscally responsible. City plan asks us to chart a different course, and when the city plan was approved, I think the council of the day recognized that we needed to go in a different direction, away from the status quo of opening up new land whenever industry was signaling an interest. We know that unchecked outward expansion without gates and metrics and thresholds in place will further worsen our ability to meet our obligations, keep taxes reasonable, and deliver on the city building and climate goals that we've set for ourselves. And as my colleague has said, our ability to plow our roads, cut our grass, deliver transit, maintain services, deliver access to recreation and other amenities that all Edmontonians love, it's directly tied to the way that we grow. And over the last few decades as a city, I think we've rushed to approve new lands. We've spread ourselves too thin, resulting in a thin tax base, declining services, and a worrisome $470 million annual shortfall when it comes to renewal funding. And what really stands out to me is that substantial completion is not just about phasing growth to meet the needs and pace of industry and market demand. It's also about phasing growth and service expansion in a way that enables us as a municipality to deliver on our commitments to building complete communities as outlined in the city plan and safeguarding taxpayers from the costs of growth. I'm really proud that Edmonton has been a leader in zoning reforms, enabling infill and growth activation. I think we have a growing reputation as a forward-thinking city with a forward-thinking planning regime. I think we need to hold ourselves to that same high standard when it comes to substantial completion. I want to thank the mayor for bringing this forward. I look forward to seeing the results of the motion back in front of us, particularly for part 2. And I'm glad that it includes tools, not just looking at the cost of growth, but looking at what steps we can take to ensure that we're able to accommodate that. And I think that is going to be a really critical decision point. As I mentioned in some of my questions, I do worry that we have had some of those conversations in the past, but didn't necessarily have the political will to act on them. And I think we're going to need that in a really big way now more than ever, given the financial pressures that this city is under. So look forward to that conversation, and again want to thank my colleagues for the excellent dialogue.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I do think that this is looking towards the future and planning. I know growing up in Fulton Place, things just sort of happened. We had the neighborhood pool, we had the neighborhood rink, we had the neighborhood schools, all the amenities and services that we could, I think, ever expect from our city to provide to us. Moving out to the suburbs, single-family home, I know there's trade-offs. We didn't have transit. I had to drop my kids off at school all the time. And they had to walk, and that was a good thing too, or bike. But I do think, so there are trade-offs. I don't think Edmontonians actually fully understand the costs of providing these services, you know, into the newer developing neighborhoods. And so I think this report, part 2, is great to help Edmontonians understand that cost, because they're the ones facing the tax burden right now. So it's going out, you know, talking to people at the doorstep. They're wondering why their children and grandchildren don't have the same services that they had, you know, in the older neighborhoods. And so I think this will help them to understand that. It'll help us plan for the future. And then with the memo information that's coming back at the end of the year on the current developing neighborhoods, I think that'll also help us set us up for success in the future going forward. So thank you, Mayor Sohi, for putting the motion forward to get all this information to set us up, like I said, for success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so the real work of limiting sprawl was done by the city plan, I think, where we said we're not growing past our current borders. And so I view this as more of an iterative work, and I'm absolutely in support of it. I think it's just good workmanlike stuff that any city should be engaged in. So I do urge my colleagues to support this, because it's not upending the table in any way, shape, or form. This is just adding clarity to the way that we grow as a city, and bringing everyone along with us. And frankly, by the time this comes back, there will be a new council around the table making new decisions, and this will help inform those decisions. Thank you.
Pardon me. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll be super brief. I will support this motion. I don't love supporting point 3 within this motion. I don't think it needs to be split for voting purposes. I think we do that too much, and I already have on record my vote on point 3, but I just wanted to highlight that I am reluctantly supporting because of point 3. I really do worry about the systemic inequality that I already see existing and perpetuated in the way we've grown over the last several decades. And I think point 3 perpetuates that further. But I will welcome the conversation if I'm honored to have that conversation when this comes back.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Seeing no further speakers, would the mover like to close? Mayor Sohi?
Yes, throughout this council term, there has been a clear commitment towards increasing housing supply in our city, from the zoning bylaw renewal to red tape reductions in permitting, to our investment in affordable housing, and to the frequent public hearings where we approve numerous housing projects. This council has consistently demonstrated its dedication to accelerating housing supply. However, it is evident that there are systemic challenges related to sustainably supporting growth in our city. To put it plainly, new growth is expensive for municipalities. While developers can recover their cost upon selling homes, and other levels of governments can see increased revenue from population growth, cities have limited tools to recover the cost of growth without resorting to unsustainable property tax increases. This challenge is not solely unique to Edmonton. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities recently released a report that identified that across Canada, the cost of municipal infrastructure required to support new housing is in the range of $107,000 per home. And this does not include paying for day-to-day services and programs. This reality underscores the importance of tools like substantial completion to ensure sustainable growth. This discussion is not about whether or not we want to see growth in the future growth area. It has always been about how we can ensure the city can play its part in supplying the necessary infrastructure and services these residents deserve, so that these residents can see the value of the taxes that they're paying. I look forward to discussions, and we need to leverage. We need to leverage partnership with stakeholders who are also committed to building neighborhoods where residents can thrive. We need a strategy to ensure that growth can be achieved efficiently and sustainably, so that when these areas are ready to be developed, we can continue our pace in accelerating housing supply. And we need to be able to do this with the knowledge that we are making responsible choices that ensure all Edmontonians, regardless of their postal code, have a place to call home, to live, and access to municipal services and infrastructure they need for a good quality of life. So let's prepare, let's start planning and ensuring that we have the right mix of residential to non-residential land supply as well as part of the part one of this motion. We need thoughtful growth. We need coordinated, financially sustainable growth. We don't need to continue to sprawl without ensuring how we pay for the services that residents need. So I look forward to the conversation that we will have when administration brings back this report. If you're back here, if I'm here, like not, right? So I think the future council will have that ability to debate. But it is really about financial sustainability of this city. We cannot continue to burden property owners with taxes that they can't afford to pay. It is becoming evident each and every day. Just catching up on the past service reductions and lack of investment in services has led to almost 9% tax levy this year. And those kind of increases are not sustainable. We need to find a different way of doing things and different way of supporting growth, and I look forward to that conversation with our partners and our governments. Yeah. I hope that council will support this.
Thank you. Please call the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. It's carried unanimously.
And I will take the chair back.
Okay, I understand there's a subsequent motion.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll go to subsequent motions. Council Salvador.
Yeah. So just look to the clerk to make sure folks have the wording as well.
We do.
Great. So I'll move that administration revise the required metrics for commercial services from zoning to the issuance of building permits, revise the required metrics for low-density residential from lot registrations to building permits, and analyze the implications of moving tract metrics and associated thresholds to required metrics to support public service provision, amenities, and infrastructure in alignment with the city plan, including but not limited to public transit, developed parks, recreation centers, fire halls, and libraries.
Need a second, a second by Councillor Jans? Okay. And can you please make the introduction?
Sure. Yeah. So, it really builds on the discussion that we had today. And I'll kind of walk through each of the bulleted points here. So right now, when we look at commercial, the metric is simply zoning, as opposed to the issuance of building permits. So really this is about sort of bumping up that bar a little bit around what our expectations are for what we'd expect to see. I think another colleague mentioned that we can imagine a scenario where zoning is in place, but buildings actually aren't ready to go. So it just allows for, I think, truly more complete neighborhoods to be built and that bar to be raised. The second bulleted point, very similar rationale, as opposed to covering commercial. This just speaks to low density residential. So moving again from simply lot registrations to having building permits in place. The third part of this motion is, I feel like I've been speaking about this one throughout the entire conversation, but having a closer look at what it would mean to move some of the tracked metrics to required metrics. I know I've been talking a lot about public transit in particular and the importance of that public service, but I know there's also interest in contemplating what it would look like to have requirements around developed parks, rec centers, fire halls, and libraries. And I think the good thing about the wording of this motion is, at least for part 3, it's not necessarily directive at this point, but it does allow us to have a more fulsome conversation and for administration to bring back some analysis around what it would mean to move some of those tracked metrics again to required. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll open up for questions to administration or to the mover. Okay, I see no questions. Okay, we are ready to vote. Anyone to speak? Sorry, anyone to speak before we vote? Seeing none, Councillor Salvador to close. Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that concludes this item. Are there any, there's no other subsequent motions on this, right? And we are carrying on to our next item, which is 7.6, right? Living wage and sustainable procurement update. This is coming from the executive committee. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. So, Councillor Salvador is the vice chair, so I'm going to come to you, Councillor Salvador, to introduce the item.
Yes. Sorry, switching gears. Yes, executive committee did have a number of speakers who came to speak about this particular item around living wage. We had a fairly good conversation and back and forth dialogue with administration. I think we got to the point where it was quite honestly a fairly packed agenda, and it seemed like there was some interest from non-committee members, as well as some motions that were not quite ready to be put out on the floor, but needed some additional work. So this was requisitioned up without a recommendation, but would look forward to any motion that might be ready to go.
All right, thank you, Councillor Salvador. I exempted this item, and I do have a motion that I would like to make. So with that, I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Jans.
Taken.
Okay.
Please introduce.
All right. That the revised council policy C556C, Sustainable Procurement, as set out in Attachment 3 of the June 19, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02346, be amended by adding the following under social value consideration. that City of Edmonton will require all procurements for contracted services to include a requirement to pay a living wage to all employees performing work in city facilities. The definition of living wage used in all procurements for contracted services is to be consistent with City Policy C612B, living wage for City of Edmonton employees.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Second.
Councilor Wright? Okay, questions on the amendment?
Can I introduce it?
Oh, yeah, please, sorry.
Okay. I wasn't there, but we did hear from stakeholders that living wage policy has not been consistently successful in achieving its intended outcomes for contracted workers, that there are some workers who are still not earning a living wage while working in city facilities. And moving the requirement for a living wage into our sustainable procurement policy will allow city administration to better monitor and enforce the living wage in the contract and procurement process, as well as to identify instances of non-compliance. And this motion makes it clear that council's expectation is that people working in our facilities earn a living wage. This is not optional. And I do have a subsequent motion as well that I will make if this passes, that will give administration the opportunity to report to council on the opportunities and the challenges that they're facing as they move toward bringing contracts into compliance where possible, and to communicate to council the options, implications, and potential impacts of this policy change. Yeah, we are in an affordability and inflation crisis being experienced by workers. Now is not the time to roll back our living wage policy, and encourage council to support this motion and to support the subsequent, if I'm able to, if this passes.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and I'm fully supportive of what I believe is the intent. Just wanted to get some clarity around employees performing work in city facilities. I'm thinking about some of our road work or park work that may be outside of physical city structures. Just wondering how that comes into play with, let's say, subcontracting work. Mike, Councillor Chance? Yeah, so a subcontractor building a road, would they be subject to this?
Sure, I can try to answer that. So the reason it is worded that way is in alignment with the current language in the living wage policy for the employee services. So we have that language like in our current contracts, and I believe in the policy that talks about contracted services specifically to city facilities. So we are just trying to bring that concept into this new policy. I think the intent is to capture employees that are performing work in our facilities specifically, because we believe that's the area that there are some concerns about whether they are being paid the living wage or not. So we are trying to address where the issue we think exists in terms of making sure they are being paid the living wage.
Okay, so a contractor that is working on a road would not be subject to this policy?
We don't consider those to be contracted services. Those are construction contracts. And so maybe I would just describe, like, one of the reasons we want it on the sustainable procurement policy is so we can look at, are we procuring a good or are we procuring a service? Mm-hmm. It would apply more to services, but it would apply specifically to contracted services. So anywhere where we could have a city employee do that work, but instead we're hiring somebody else to do that work on our behalf.
And it seems like that could be a bit gray in that a city employee can fill in a pothole or empty a garbage can, but I think we also contract some of those services, do we not?
We do contract those services. like the intent of the program is to cover everybody that is being hired to do the work under the city contract. So it should cover like all these contractors and subcontractors, employees to be paid a living wage.
Even if it's not in a city facility? Sorry.
So I'm going to struggle with the same things I struggled with last time, which is we procure over $1 billion of stuff, whether that is services, goods, all kinds of things. And so I think what we understand is you would like it to exist in at least the format it existed when we had it in the living wage policy, which in that case applied it to our City of Edmonton employees and employees that were like contracted services employees. So this wording would add to our policy that clarity. We can still have living wage as a menu item for any other procurement that we run, but sometimes we don't choose it we may not choose it as a menu item because the people that you're talking about might actually already be paid a living wage. So we would choose to select another menu item that gets us a different social benefit.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that is what the subsequent motion would achieve. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That provides me with the clarity I need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So the reason why we've chosen facilities is because we could have a contractor and a city employee working side by side, making different wages, whereas working out on the roads on a construction, that likelihood would be slim that we would have a city employee working side beside a contractor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make that differentiation in my own head. Yeah, no, I'm good with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, anybody? Mayor Sohi, question.
Yes. One thing that I have heard talking to some of the racialized subcontractors of the contractors is that as those subcontractors actually don't get the opportunity to directly be the contractors with the city, right? So, there's an issue of cost, right? But if those subcontractors are given the capacity and the ability to bid, right? How can that be made kind of more enabling for them to do so?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mayor Sohi. One of the things that we discussed last time we came to the council was the initial suggestion of the report that we sent to council was meant to, it would have been given us better flexibility to support those smaller businesses when it was coming down to different aspects of a social procurement consideration. Mm-hmm. Definitely it's going to be, in our assessment, more challenging for a small business to pay a living wage if we continue enforcing it on all the contracts. That was one of the main reasons the administration was asking for the flexibility to be able to consider those options of breaking contracts into smaller figures that a smaller contractors can bid on or not.
Right.
And then consider that alongside of other social considerations in evaluations and not just having the living wage.
Yeah.
So I guess having the living wage as a requirement, we are supportive of the motion, but it could have further consequences on some of those smaller businesses that may not be able to pay a living wage. But looking at a broader picture of social procurement, avoiding the contracts to them could have broader social outcomes.
Yeah. But if those subcontractors can become contractors, because what happens now, to my understanding, is that if the main contractor is actually not the company providing services, they subcontract that out to someone else, and they take premium on that, right? So if that can be reduced, right, that will actually maybe enable those subcontractors to pay minimum living wage. Sorry.
Yeah, and that is going to be one of the consideration of, I think, the subsequent that is
Yeah.
going to come,
Yeah.
that we are going to review the options when we go back to the market, like in terms of what is the best way of reprocuring when
Got
we
it.
get to that point to support the small businesses too.
Got it. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. So where we ended at committee, executive committee on this was that there was a bit of an issue with, and I'm pulling up your motion here on my screen. There was a bit of an issue with at that time referring back the policy in terms of your ability to enforce on some of those living wage questions as it came to procurement, especially over the summer. And so I guess one of the questions I wanted to ask was whether or not this gives you any additional tools. Like I should clarify. I'm going to support this, but I want to know if we still have a gap in terms of addressing the issues that were brought up during the discussion at executive committee and some of the discussions about how labor is contracted in the city.
That's a good question, Councillor Hamilton. Yes, there is going to be a gap if it is approved as it is, but our understanding is there is a subsequent that would help us cover that gap. The gap is related to existing contracts that we know there is concern with ensuring a living wage is being paid, and those contracts are up for renewal soon. So if it is approved as it is with no subsequent, the gap would still be there, but our understanding is there's going to be some further subsequent coming in support of addressing those service gaps and those contracts, potential service gaps and the contracts we have already in flight and needs to be attended to.
Okay, and this, okay, all right, I think I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang.
Thank you to the mover for this motion. I think I'm generally on board with this. I just want to, I think, better understand some of the implications. So I heard about sort of the city's inability to monitor and enforce, and that I guess also I was curious in the report. It talks about this gap of if we do going down the path of requiring living wage as a kind of like a priority principle, there's a gap of $6.25 million that we may have to kind of fill later on. I guess maybe to administration with this motion, are we then talking about sort of anticipating a service package of that size coming to council later during FILBA or something, or is that sort of the worst case scenario and you have to go away and negotiate and analyze and talk with the vendors before sort of looking at any worst case scenario?
Okay, so I'll address this the best I can in public. There are contracts that we have identified that are not in compliance with the living wage policy. And for the ones that we've identified that the potential cost to remedy those could be in the order of $6.2 million. That isn't necessary. Like, I just want to make sure that you understand that is for what we've identified right now. If your wider question is, does the living wage have budgetary implications? I think it absolutely does. The requirement to pay a living wage will make contracts for contracted services more expensive than they would be if they didn't require a living wage.
Yeah, so I guess maybe then to the mover, you're obviously, like, this is obviously part of the consideration when you prepare this motion. So what, like, if we become more aware of some of the specifics of the financial implications, I guess that will be another conversation to follow. would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think the reporting will also kind of give us indications as well, right, on the implications of this. And I also see potential where, as I was asking earlier on in my questions, like if we can open up the possibility or build the capacity of some of the subcontractors to actually do this work directly with the city as contractors, right? Then that premium that the contractor charges is eliminated, right? So there might be possible, they're able to do that with less cost, right? I think so. There may not be an additional requirement. So depending on what the bids come at, right? So.
Right, and it sounds like even in that scenario, there will still be kind of that financial implication regardless. I think we just have to be ready for that conversation.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think two people working alongside each other doing the same work should be paid the same, right? So.
Yeah. And then to administration again. Maybe I missed this during the committee discussion. Where the report says, this is where, and I think that amount of money is for the 12 contracts that have been identified at this point. Like, I guess, like, what percentage of that is out of the overall, I guess, of our contract? I just don't have a sense of, like, how big is the, like we're talking about.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, just to clarify, are you asking that the number that is in the report?
Yeah.
Do we know it's like, what is the percentage of that one comparing to the rest of the contracts?
Yeah, just what percentage of the total are we talking about? And if we can, because I imagine for most of our contracts, it's because city work has so many different types of jobs, right? And or so many different types of work. I imagine for the majority, it's they're above or they're at or above living wage, and for those who are identifying that there's a gap, like how big of an issue is this?
At this point, we are just aware of those 12. But we are working with our business areas across the city to see if there are more. There is one more contract, though, that has a different scenario, but we don't think the cost impact for that one to pay living wage is like that significant. So I think there are 13 in total that we are aware of, but not more than that at this point.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Could I have a motion for a second round?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Knack, second by Wright. Please call the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill.
Where are we?
Councillor Stevenson, are you there?
I think they stepped out for a
I
second.
believe we'll mark her absent. Thank you.
Okay, please display the vote. Okay, that is carried. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So help me understand this. So if we have a contract, we pay a contractor $10 million. Why are we on the hook? And maybe I should use a different amount. But why are we on the hook for that extra $6 million that you're talking about? Isn't that up to them to determine how they're going to cover their costs? Why do we pay the premium to them?
So when we make living wage a requirement in an employee like what we had is living wage for contracted services was part of an employment contract.
Right.
It wasn't always obvious to everyone participating in the procurement process that they were required to pay a living wage, even though it's in the general terms and conditions. When we put it on the procurement side and we make it clear our expectations are for living wage, we can write our contracts around, we can make sure that they're competitively bid with a living wage requirement in it, and we can make the expectations clear. What's happened is without contractors entered contracts without understanding the implications of those and are now feeling that they can't comply. And so we're now into a scenario where we're enforcing contracts. And I think that is about all I can say in public. Happy to expand in private.
Okay, maybe we will then. But I just want to, like, when contractors, utilities, or fuel costs went up over the past few years, do we compensate them for those expenses?
So there are often provisions around consumer price index and escalations built into the contracts. I think one of the challenges with living wage is it escalated quite quickly in a manner that not everyone contemplated would grow that fast.
Okay, I don't think any of us contemplated things would grow that fast. Do I need to go into private? Yes, okay. I will move that we go into private subject to section.
It would be contracts, information on contracts. What would that be?
Suggest you to be 24 and 27.
Subject to 24 and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
Councillor Stevenson, it's a motion to move and go in private. Moved by Wright, second by Rutherford. Please call the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill.
Come back.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
We have your vote, Councillor Stevenson. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please show the vote, display the vote. Okay, that is carried.
Just give
Take
us
a minute.
a moment.
Okay.
Okay, our doors are open now and we are live.
All right, okay. Now back to the motion from Mayor Sohi. Any questions? Any debate? Mayor Sohi to close. Yes, sorry, any questions? Does anybody want to speak to it? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Rutherford wishes to speak to it.
I feel like I need to speak to this because I think the public's going to want context on my vote on this one because I'm going to vote no to this. What can I say? I think the context that I can give for my decision making is that this really doesn't allow for flexibility in looking at all kinds of social elements that we might want to consider in the Edmonton we want to create in the contracts we want to procure. I think the interest, I think that, like, I understand why the mover did this. I completely do. But I think that there's some risk that make it untenable for me to support this at this time. And I do understand the intent of administration coming forward with their proposal. So I will be voting no.
Okay. Anyone else? Mayor to close.
Yeah, I think I stated my intent when I was introducing. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, were you trying to buzz in?
Oh, yeah. I hope I don't lose signal in the parquet here, but yeah, and I think that I just wanted to add to Councillor Rutherford. I think this is this has turned into a much more complicated issue than what's on paper, which, I think that, agree. I think intent is excellent. I am worried about unintended consequence. And, I think about sort of the jump between pre-pandemic and pandemic now. Cost of living has increased dramatically. And so some of the conditions that come with that when it comes to wage and procurement has also changed. And then rather than sort of taking a phased-in approach and kind of working with vendors and businesses to kind of bring them, I guess, in a not phase, but incrementally, so that people have the ability to adjust and adapt to the current condition. I will worry about the unintended consequences of kind of jumping straight into, some of the implications discussed with the motion. And so I, after hearing a very thorough debate with so many different elements that I didn't even think about when I first walked into this, and I think at committee, I really did not think this was going to be such an involved conversation. I've certainly learned a lot of new elements that again, I didn't consider before. I think what administration had originally proposed is a more flexible way, and so that's kind of where I am, and I will be voting no on this one. Thanks.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to chime in to offer my support for this motion. There certainly are complexities, and I think we've had a great conversation and gotten, really important in context from our administration on this. I think that there's merit in what they've suggested. But I still strongly support this. I think that when I will clarify that this is not I think that there are a range of consequences that this decision can have, and I think that there are also positive very positive consequences that can come of this as well for our community as a whole. I think when we look at a lot of the challenges that we're facing around housing and homelessness, we look a lot at, you know, building more affordable housing, supporting folks in that way, but houselessness and the lack of affordable housing is also an income question. And we don't have a lot of control over that side of the equation, but this is one thing that we do have control over, and I think it is important for us to use this lever not only for the folks that are directly serving Edmontonians through our organization, but to provide upward pressure in the city as a whole. So again, you know, I appreciate all sides and all perspectives, but this is one that I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I was pretty certain I was going to support this. For some background on this and my own interest in this, and I think most of council is aware that there has been really extraordinary inequities with respect to some of our how some of our contracting on construction have happened, and it's not exclusive to the city of Edmonton or, frankly, any order of government, but just across the sector. And I think that there is a subsequent coming that would address that. However, through this conversation, I have come to understand that not only would this not address that, but there are really complex knock-on effects that would unintentionally, I think, make life more difficult for people, including the people we're trying to help. I think that there is, I think this is honorable. And I want us to keep working at this, and perhaps this passes and this is, you know, we carry forward with this. But I think that this leaves really significant gaps that doesn't actually get us to where we want to be as a city. And in the absence of, I think administration's original recommendation does allow that flexibility. And I think I like Councillor Rutherford. I don't want to say too much, but I very much support you know, that rising tide notion. But this, once you dig into the complexities of it, doesn't have the intended impact. And I think has some pretty significant complications. So I'm not going to support this at this time. I would be inclined to support the subsequent, because I think it starts to address some of those issues that we've heard a great deal about, and which are immediate in their pressure. I think the attention of this is well worth the attention of council in terms of building that equitable city. Or the issue is, but I don't know that we got to where we need to go on this, so I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, to close.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, just very, very briefly. I mean, I just wanted to lend my support to this motion as well. I understand some of the concerns that colleagues are raising, and have to be careful with how we frame it and what we discuss. But for me, this is really about, it is about lifting everyone up, and it is about fostering a healthy and sustainable and equitable economy. I was leaning this way at committee. I'm still leaning this way that this should not be optional. Removing the optionality is something that's important to me. And I think some of the concerns that were raised will be addressed through that subsequent. So yeah, just briefly wanted to say I support this, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I as well will be voting in support of this. I think it's the first step that we need to take in the social procurement policy, and I hope that it continues to improve, and maybe there will be intended consequences as a result of this. I just cannot understand why we would pay why somebody doing the same job at a city facility would be earning different than the person working beside them. It just only makes sense to me that we make sure that we're paying them a living wage to account for some of our cost of living concerns that we're all dealing with. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mayor Sohi.
Can I go now? Okay. I think the equal pay for equal work has been a reminder for decades when we are talking about inequities where people are paid different wages for the same work, right? So I think that's the kind of principle I am following in this. So two people working the same work with the city should be paid the same, right? That's one. The second is that, our communities have been going through some of the sustained affordability and inflation crisis, and that is impacting a lot of low-income workers and impacting them more than actually those who are able to weather the storms of affordability and inflation. So I think that's the second point for this, right? That we need to make sure that people are able to get decent wages, living wage. The third, as Councillor Stevenson has mentioned, many of the social challenges that we are facing in our city, particularly houselessness, poverty, is a big cause of that. People's ability, or they having decent income to have a decent place to call home, keeps people out of falling into houselessness. If they don't have a decent wages, they can't afford a decent place to call home, and they fall on hard times, and that sometimes leads to houselessness. I think it helps probably, which also means less interaction with protective services and other issues that people face. So I think it does impact other costs if we are able to keep people out of poverty, keep people housed. I think that's another factor I think we need to consider. Yes, it will cost us more. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some of the social enterprises and others are able to look at this and find a creative way of bidding on city projects. And the final point I want to make, and I understand the complexity that my colleagues have talked about, and other unintended consequences. That is why this motion and subsequent motion are tied together, even though our process doesn't allow us to be both considered at the same time. So I would encourage council colleagues to see both of them together, because the subsequent is necessary to give administration the flexibility to bring to us if they're seeing challenges. They identified one challenge to us in camera. I think that is necessary as well, right? And or any other challenges. So I see them together. If this passes, subsequent doesn't pass, I think then the consequence is going to be more pronounced, right? So I think that's why we need to see both of them together. Yeah. Okay.
Please call the vote.
Okay. No.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That motion is carried. Mayor Sohi, is there a subsequent?
May I suggest that first you deal with the recommendation to approve the policy as amended? Put that on the floor, because you can't have a subsequent if that is
Great
not
point. Let's do that. So it is now, okay.
I'll move that.
Okay, so the main item is moved by Mayor Sohi, then seconded by Councillor Stevenson.
Second.
Okay, Anyone wishing to, any further questions? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, call the vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Now, is there a subsequent? Clerk, do you have a subsequent motion you can pull up?
Here you go, got it. That administration provide an annual report on the compliance of contracted services providers that the city's living wage requirements for contracted services as outlined in Council Policy C556C Sustainable Procurement, including the identification of instances of non-compliance and proposed actions to remedy non-compliance within an appropriate time frame.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Any questions? Hearing none. Anyone to speak to it? Hearing none. Mayor Sohi, would you like to close?
No.
Okay, call the vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Back to you, handing the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. So, Clerk, can you walk us through? We've done everything other than motions pending, right?
That is correct.
Okay, the first motion pending is 10.1, bylaw XXXX. Amendments to bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. I will read this in. I move that administration prepare amendments to the bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to require members of council participating by video conference to have their cameras on without a virtual background when speaking to an item, voting, or asking questions. And two, that administration prepare amendments to bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to change the distribution date for agendas from 10 clear days prior to the meeting to the Thursday prior to the meeting. That is the end of the motion.
Okay, second by Councillor Knack. Okay. All right. Introduction?
Yeah, so this is a procedural motion to change some of the ways that we conduct our meetings. With respect to the first part, which is to have cameras on when speaking to an item, voting, or asking questions, my understanding is that there have been concerns about quorum, and many council members will know that occasionally, if you're participating virtually, we get asked to sort of confirm that we're still there because there's quorum issues. And I think there's my understanding is that there may be some concerns with respect to how I'm going to say compliant we are with some of our own bylaws or even the Municipal Government Act, either in attending meetings or in voting. I will say that I have no concerns, or this is not brought on by any conduct by any councillor, including myself, and I also am, I will admit to I don't turn my camera on all the time, but I think if we're talking about proactive, like some of the perceived risk in terms of some of our council decisions, this is something that I think is important. Second is that we are the second part. I'm running out of time. We are often getting agenda packages that are incredibly incomplete because they are released before sometimes the meetings that need to happen to put the item on the agenda actually happen. So there is, I think the intention is to create transparency for the public, but it actually lacks transparency. And council doesn't get the opportunity to fully understand what we will be addressing. With that, I am open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Recognizing there's a number of people, colleagues already signed up to ask questions. Maybe I'll go to clerk. I'll be a little bit unconventional. I'll go to clerk to add more commentary on the intent of this, as Councillor Hamilton worked with you to craft this and deal with some of the challenges that you were facing. Maybe that you may answer some of the questions for Council.
Sure, just to supplement, and thanks for the opportunity just to provide a few comments. So this is some of these issues we have discussed as a you have discussed as a council before. And so just as there's been more flexibility with councillors being able to participate remotely. We do always follow the MGA, and we never meet when we don't have quorum, but sometimes just with the flexibility, for example, right now there's 6 members in council chambers, and I've got one that I can see on the screen that's virtually, so it's just really helpful just to have a visual count that we always have quorum for meetings. So it was just a recommendation. We've seen some changes made in other jurisdictions as well when councillors are either speaking to members of the public or to administration just to have their cameras on. So that's just the simple intention. That's not authority that's granted outside of the bylaw. The second part of this is just to go back to a previous way of preparing agendas, which is the Thursday before the meeting. And so that would be a recommended process change on our end.
So does part 1, keeping the cameras on when voting and speaking and asking questions, help deal with quorum?
It's just I find so right now if somebody didn't have their camera on, I wouldn't know how many councillors are actually in the meeting, so I can see councillors' names there, but and I'm not saying that they're not there. I know that they're there because you were just having a conversation.
But you can't see them.
But I can't see them, and so it's just always it's easier for us to count to 7 without having to triple check that people are there. Obviously, people are able to vote either in the system or to vote verbally, so it's just an easier something that recommended that.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really understand this conundrum of confirming quorum. It's not clear to me how having the video on when individuals are actually interacting in the meeting solves that. Isn't it more a question of quorum when people are not engaging, they're not asking questions, not voting, that we can't it just seems to me to solve that problem, we would need video on always.
When I presented this to council before, that was my recommendation, and since it wasn't supported, I was trying to be accommodating.
Okay.
But I would suggest that when you're in the meeting, the cameras are on.
Yeah. And I think, just very practically, sometimes I am sick and lying in bed and not able, that is not something I think is needed in public. So, so that's just where I struggle. I hear the challenge. In my mind, this is not solving it. But because if someone is speaking, don't you know that they're there without their camera being on?
I think the real issue I'm trying to solve is when councillors join meetings but are not able to actually participate, and so they count towards quorum, but they aren't actually able to vote.
Okay, so then wouldn't we need to have the cameras on all the time?
I would prefer cameras are on all the time.
Yeah, okay. And this is, are there some meetings where this is more relevant than others? For example, public hearings versus council meetings?
My recommendation is that this applies to all meetings.
Sure, but is there a difference between the type of meeting in terms of risk
We follow the MGA for all of our council meetings, our committee meetings, including statutory public hearings. So no, I don't see a difference.
Okay, are council decisions subject to judicial review?
Yep.
As well as public hearing decisions?
I don't
Yes, they
separate
can
the
be,
two.
Councillor.
So, yeah, public hearing decisions can be judicially appealed. Can other council decisions be judicially appealed?
They can indeed, yes.
Okay. Okay, no, that's helpful. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
So I'm just wondering if maybe we need to tweak one to say, so we leave all of the existing things and have a fourth that says, or when there's a quorum issue. Because I've heard that from the clerks that's, again, recognizing that maybe the ideal is all the time, but if I'm hearing a desire, maybe a mix. Because right now it doesn't say that we need to have them on if there's a concern around quorum. So that would just be, is that, maybe I'm looking to the clerks, would that be a reasonable addition to?
If we don't have quorum, we're not meeting.
I understand. I guess if there's a question of quorum. To maintain quorum. I'm just trying to figure out how to,
So
yes.
I'm going to split the hair on this.
Please do.
We always maintain quorum
Correct.
when council is meeting and it is a practice to demonstrate to the public that we have quorum, sure, but I don't need, so this is not direction to change anything. This is direction to prepare
Agreed.
bylaw
I
amendments.
just-
I don't need the rationale. I need
Yeah.
instructions to prepare the amendments.
Perfect. So I mean, if you know what your goal is when you
I know
prepare the
what-
amendments.
I know what my goal
There will
is.
be, but I also appreciate, there's always, to Councillor Stevens' example, there might be some extreme situations where maybe it's not needed. So, okay, well, when the amendments come, I know you know what you want, and so we'll work on it there. And so I don't make eye contact, I just need to have the motion split, please, for voting purposes.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I don't quite understand the without a virtual background rationale.
That was something that we actually got from another jurisdiction where that had actually been an issue in before, and so we just thought we would include it and see, this is your bylaw, happy to take it out.
Okay.
Yeah, take that. I enjoy Councillor Paquette's artwork in the behind.
But that's a real
That's not
background,
virtual, that's real.
That's real, yeah. Oh, so I see, okay, no, okay, what are you saying, okay.
The bookshelves in Councillor Rice's, I don't know if that's real or not. Okay. But I kind of appreciate the idea of when needed for quorum. I'm just thinking today we've had a couple councillors on their way to Calgary. Do we really need to see inside the car and watch the beautiful wheat fields as they drive by? I can see if it is needed for quorum. And then, yes, it was the virtual. And then as far as the 10 clear days prior to the meeting date for documents, I do appreciate having that. And maybe that just means a matter of maybe rescheduling items when they come to council to ensure that they're, and I know we like to get things done quickly, but maybe it's a matter of at Agenda Review Committee making sure that we're going to have those documents 10 clear days before the meeting. And then if not, maybe we have to punt it off to the next meeting.
Okay, good. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so I'm going to take this in a different direction. ETS Advisory Board has been trying to, provide advice to council on matters that are coming before council related to transit. And they're struggling because they wait for the report and then they have to scramble within a very short period of time to read the report and try to do a submission. So it's like they've got these rapid turnarounds. I'm really concerned about point 2, limiting our advisory council's ability to contribute and provide advice related to reports coming to council. Any thoughts on that? And I'm going to ask you, and then I'll ask Councillor Hamilton.
Fair, so we have heard this from quite a few of the advisory boards that they would love to be in a position to provide exactly what you're saying, advice to a committee meeting before a decision is made, and they don't always know that the report's coming.
Well, they know the report's coming. They're literally waiting with bated breath for, whenever it gets posted, maybe 10 days, maybe 7 days, maybe at times it's been the day before, or then there's even been examples with ETS Advisory Board recently where it was then deleted. It was proposed to be deleted, right?
Yeah, I have seen a few times where there's a situation like that where an advisory board really would like to respond, but they haven't had a chance, so they reached out to their counselor advisor, who does come to the committee, asking that committee delays hearing for that report till the next meeting, so that they do have time to provide a submission. It's not ideal, but you're right.
I've never seen that happen in the whole time I've been on council.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before.
But
it's
not this
ideal.
term.
It's not ideal.
Is there any other way, like, that we could, is there anything else? And I guess maybe I'll go to Councillor Hamilton first. Do you have any thoughts on that? Or
Yeah, so real quickly, I was the one that championed originally changing the agendas from the Thursday prior to a meeting to 10 or 2 weeks before. And I was told at the time that there would be complications, and we went ahead with it for many of the reasons that you've identified, including media having trouble sort of keeping up with the agendas, et cetera, et cetera. And the fundamental principle at the heart of that was that if an agenda went out to a member of council, or an agenda item went out to a member of council, then it had to go to all of council, and then it was essentially public. I think if we are willing to talk a little bit about the advance notice question, whether it's to an advisory group. We know Councillor Cartmel might bring up that industry groups sometimes get a report or information in advance, and that's a frustration for many of us. But if we're willing to have that conversation about, I'll say, like polite notice versus an official distribution, then maybe there's some latitude there.
okay, so I'm going to go back to the clerk. Like, what kind of amendments need to be put into procedures to allow for consideration of any specific stakeholders, be it like, and maybe it is just our advisory committees or whatever, that could potentially get versions in advance of it being publicly posted? Is that a possibility?
So I'd maybe ask the city manager if he's got thoughts on this, and I believe Eddie's online. It's just our processes are, once we get the reports from administration, and I'm not trying to be difficult here. We provide the same information to the 13 of you at the exact same time we send them to everybody else. So if I can't speak to the working relationships, and I'm sorry I can't see if Mr. Robar's on the screen, but I'm getting naughty head. So maybe there's, administration has some thoughts on how it can work with your advisory committees differently.
Mr. Robar? Or anybody else that was nodding their head administratively?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm running out of time. I think that my concern with point 2 is around already hearing from some advisory committees that they struggle to participate when the reports come out so soon before they come to a committee, for example, and then they don't have time to have a fulsome conversation with that advisory group and provide that advice to council. And so I'm asking if within the amendments, should there be something that we can consider advisory groups or other groups that maybe in advance, like if we do change it to 5 days, I'm out of time. Hold that thought, I'll come back for a second round.
Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. What if someone is just calling in on the phone to join a meeting and they're not joining via the video? And I guess that would be to administration.
I'm going back through the many versions. So you used to only be able to participate by phone if you were outside of the city on city business and or you had special permit. Like, the rules have changed so many times. I'll maybe ask Nancy if she remembers which version we're on.
I don't remember the number, but yes, the rules used to be phone had to be, you had out of the city on city business.
Those aren't the rules now.
They're not the rules, and so that's where this is arising.
I guess
so this
doesn't get to the heart of the rationale then, I guess, around.
If you're participating by video conference, if we had this is just about if you're participating virtually by video. If we had a situation where 13 councillors were participating by phone, you're right, that would be interesting because I would never know if we had quorum. I haven't had that situation before.
Okay.
This is trying to address a particular issue.
Sorry?
This is trying to address a particular issue when I didn't know that if I actually had quorum, and when I had the people that were in the meeting weren't able to fully participate.
Right. So I'm just imagining a scenario then, like we have colleagues who are traveling right now. If someone is, running a few minutes late from another council-related meeting, then based on this, I would just join via phone and not have to deal with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it necessarily addresses the quorum issue. Maybe, and I'll send that over to Councillor Hamilton as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there's a bit of a gap, I guess.
I think that, I'll say that when I was on police commission, Robert's rules right now, like the updates on governance recommends that your camera's on all the time. When I was on police commission, they instituted that rule. It's hard to fight, but I was, at the beginning of this term, I had a newborn and he needed to be fed. And that felt, obviously, I'll say breastfeeding on camera feels a little bit more pointed than even if you're in the room. So I felt like that was a barrier to my own participation in the meeting. So I actually, and I'm sharing personal experience there, but to also Councillor Stevenson's point, if you have to be on camera all the time, I think it makes your participation more pointed than if you were in person. And I think we recognize it's not always possible to assemble in person. And I'm really grateful that folks make the choice to stay home when they're ill. But I think that intermittent participation allows, I'll say, a halfway point between having the camera on all the time and giving, I'll say, a plausible understanding to the people running the meeting that all participants are present or have been present. I think with voting, you can vote in Parliament. If you vote virtually in Parliament, you have to take a photo of yourself because they need to know that you are actually the person voting. And I think that's maybe a difference between the phone. When you vote verbally, your voice is heard, whereas if you're participating by video, you can vote virtually, and we could arguably never know that you were the one who cast your vote.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Can you move the second round, please? Councillor
Move
Sol?
second round.
Second. Please vote.
Yes.
In favor. Thank you, Councillor Cartwell and Councillor Jens. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just follow up. Mr. Robart, did you kind of get the gist of my question before? Do you need me to further elaborate?
No, yeah, I think I got the gist of it. Basically, you're saying, how do we, for those those committees, how would they get the same kind of advance notice that you're getting? I'm guessing, correct?
Well, I don't think we get, like, at the way it is right now and the way it's written in the
Everybody gets the same.
there's like, we get at the same time as, I think the public thinks we get advance copies of agendas, we don't. So we get at the same time as everybody else, but if it's 10 days, it at least gives right now, they say it's already challenging, but if it's 10 days, the advisory committee, let's say ETS advisory board is the one that I'm specifically thinking of. There's been a lot on transit, right? They can do like a rapid response and get something submitted to the committee, usually urban planning committee, before the meeting. If it's now going to change to 5 days, they've already said it's challenging with 10. We're limiting their participation further by reducing it to 5 days. So I was asking, if we're already doing amendments to this bylaw, are there any amendments that we could contemplate like a 0.3 that would allow for some flexibility in providing the information or the reports to our advisory committees sooner.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Roper's behalf, are you meaning all of the council reports? Or just the ones
related to that
their area?
advisory committee's mandate?
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that's, I mean, that's flexibility I think we could provide in terms of making sure that when we send it out to you, we're sending it directly to those who have the mandate jurisdiction on that report if there's a committee involved.
Yeah, like if it's the carbon budgeting, I would want the energy transition advisory committee to see that in advance. If it's related to transit, ETS advice, like if it's related to accessibility, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
And so because this wouldn't be part of an official agenda process, that would just be under the authority of the city manager in a collaborative way.
So we don't need to add anything.
I don't think we need a bylaw amendment. What we're talking about is, I'm going to say, your process and the distribution of an agenda. This is about the distribution of a report. But again, that's up to the city manager if he wants.
Yeah, and I think that if we're going to reduce the time frame, it's reasonable for us to send that directly to those committees that have the mandate jurisdiction over the report.
Do we need a subsequent just to make it very clear that that's the because like I'm trying to support, thinking about supporting this, but also if I'm supporting this and then it's like, okay, well, that's in the delegated manager's authority, and then those advisory committees come back to any one of us and say, well, now we're not getting them, we're getting them even less time. What do we do? Should I just not? And then we've had this conversation, like, do we get your verbal commitment as the city manager that you'll take that in under advisement and go, if this passes, you would go forward with that?
Yeah, I think we could just do that as I don't think we need a subsequent to do that. I think that if this passes, you've got my commitment that we'll make sure that anybody that has the jurisdiction over a report that's committee related will get sent that report the same time the council gets distributed.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Wright?
Okay, so if it's going to come out on the Thursday prior to the, let's say, Community and Public Services meeting, that gives them the weekend to look at it. Again, I don't think that cuts down on the rush that they're feeling. Like it's not gonna.
Who's the they that you're?
Sorry, the advisory boards or the.
I think what the councillor Rutherford was saying was that they had to go search for those reports. In that 10-day period, they were able to kind of be able to find those reports. If we're going to cut that down, it's easier if we send those reports directly to them, and they've got the reports immediately as we send them out to council.
Okay, and is there any notification, automatic notification on the council meetings site that they could sign up for themselves to be notified when documents are?
There is, so I think if I can just make sure we're all on the same page. So I think what Councillor Rutherford was asking is if just say this goes back to Thursdays for a committee meeting on the Monday, that's not enough time for people to write a response. So I'm just hypothetically speaking, if Transit is going to be bringing a report, I'm making this up, on ridership, and they know that it's coming in 3 months, they're going to be working collaboratively and share that information with EDSAB. The report's going to be written well in advance of that meeting. They can provide a predominantly draft 99% version 3 weeks before the meeting. That's not part of the agenda process, and we would stick to our agenda distribution process. So I think the responsibility and how I hear the city manager talk about it is it's between those liaisons in administration and the advisory committee, subject to the mandate the council set for those advisory committees.
So it's just a draft report?
It would be, I would say 99% finished.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So that concludes the questions on those. We will split for voting purposes, and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to close.
Does anyone else want to speak to it, or are we done speaking to it?
Oh,
sorry.
Okay. Anyone else wants to speak to this? Andrew, Councillor Knack?
Yeah, sorry, I should take 60 seconds just because I was the one to request it be split. So I'll vote yes on the first piece, and appreciating there'll be a need for nuance as we figure out what the perfect amendments are for that, but I have great faith in the ability to develop those. just, and I don't want to make eye contact. No, I genuinely do appreciate that the 10 days is very hard on the clerks. So I say that out loud, knowing that I know it's time consuming for them, and because not all reports are ready, it can be frustrating and hard for them to manage the work that they need to do on their ends. Recognizing that, I have felt very strongly for a long time about the 10 days, because it's, you know, even if we get it to the advisory committees and everything, as someone that previously watched council meetings before I was on council, it was nice having that opportunity, that flexibility, because for the rest of us, we're sort of paid, if we only get it 3 days before, and then we got to find time and figure it out, and we got to do our job. For the public, I do think that's not always the most reasonable ask, and so that's why I will request it to be split. If it passes, but just that's why I can't support the 10-day piece, and because I still think it matters to have 10 days, but and with the greatest of respect to our clerks, who I know work incredibly hard and would really like this to change, I can't support that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Hamilton to close.
Oh, thank you. I would say that, you know, I appreciate the flexibility that council has shown over the last couple of years. As I think emerged in this discussion, there was a time where you couldn't really participate unless you had permission or you were out of city limits. And I think that life and workplaces evolved over that time. But I also think that, as I mentioned, there's been issues of quorum, and I think there's something, I'll also say, a little decorous about having your camera on when asking questions virtually of speakers. I think this is as much about the council procedures bylaw as the standard we hold for ourselves in terms of how we conduct ourselves in meetings, not only with each other, but with members of the public. And like I said, I'll be the first to say that, like, I don't always have my camera on, but I, you know, have become very conscious that of what that presents to the public as we're interacting with them, and administration, to be honest. On the second point, like I said, in answer to Councillor Rutherford's question, I do believe that I do like having the advance notice or the reports in advance. It personally allows me to manage my own schedule a little bit, but I think there's also an opportunity to talk about, I'll say, our relationship with administration in terms of how some of those big reports come forward, and the notice that we have on them, just as I think there's an opportunity with some of our advisory groups. I think that exists a little bit outside of the limits of the council procedures bylaw. And I have heard that it is hard. You know, I understand it is hard, and maybe we are being less transparent. If you check an agenda on the 10 days before a meeting, it looks very different than the agendas that we're passing, and there's no opportunity, or there's limited opportunity to understand what might get walked onto the agenda day of, and so we might end up taking folks unintentionally by surprise, regardless. So I hope I have your support on this, in knowing that some of the issues emerging around advance notice on reports are something that we can work out with the city manager's office and our administration in terms of what we'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So please vote. Part 1.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Councillor Jans, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we go to part 2. Please vote.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, can someone move that we extend, and I checked this with clerk, if we could extend the order of the day to 5:30. And we would like to finish before 5:30 for sure, but just to be on the safe side.
So moved.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice? Okay, please vote.
No. Yes.
Sorry. Councillor Rutherford?
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, sure, it's a motion, so why not?
I know, I feel like I'm gonna vote no, because I know there's counselors that have to go, our staff is here late, and we have had other motions pending prior that we didn't provide that same courtesy to those counselors. So I think we need to be equitable in our approach with this. This is the first notice of the item 10.3.
Okay.
It can come back at the next council meeting in August to debate.
Yeah, my only reason for asking clerk was not to create an inequity, but because we were breaking for summer, so there'll be extended period of time that these motions would have to wait. If that's the will of the council, I'm fine with that too. Yeah. Yeah, let's vote.
Okay, no. No.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. You're just waiting for 2 votes. Councillor Stevenson? Sorry, I'm just still in. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is failed. Okay, we are adjourned. So hold on. Notes of motions or motions without customary notice?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Councillor Paquette.
You are over time.
We are over time.
And you did not vote to extend.
Not even notes of motions or motions without customary notice?
Well, I guess that's that.
Okay, we are adjourned then. Okay, have a nice summer, everyone.
Have a nice summer.